Now for the hard part. For the previous 3 chapters of this book, I've talked about the exciting, energizing stuff of work. Leading, finding great players, and managing people into a winning team. But we all know that work is not a perpetual paradise. Work is more like the Garden of Eden. Sometimes people have to be let go. That event, be it a firing for non-performance, of a layoff for economic reasons, is awful, both for the person doing the casting out and obviously for the person being asked to leave. Most good managers find the actual deed incredibly difficult, feeling guilt and anxiety before, during, and after. As for the person being let go, it can be the worst day of his or her career. For some, work has been their identity, central routine, or second family, and being forced to leave is a kind of public death. For others, work may mean less emotionally, but it is a financial necessity, and the prospect of unemployment is frightening. This chapter is about how to manage a parting of ways with as little pain and damage as possible. Importantly, not all partings are created equal. First, there are the firings for integrity violations, stealing, lying, cheating, or any other form of ethical or legal breach. Then there are layoffs due to economic downturns. Finally, there are firings for non-performance. The last of these is the main focus of this chapter because those are the ones that usually turn into bitter messes. It doesn't have to be that way. The antidote is actually very straightforward. Managers need to accept that letting people go is not something to be avoided, delegated to HR, or done quickly with eyes closed. Instead, it is a process that they must fully own, guided by 2 principles: no surprises and minimal humiliation. But before we look in more depth at how to achieve those goals, let's talk about the first 2 forms of separation. Integrity violations are no-brainers. In such cases, you don't need to hesitate for a moment before firing someone or fret about it either. Just do it and make sure the organization knows why, so that the consequences of breaking the rules are not lost on anyone. Layoffs due to the economy are more complicated. Think of all the times you've turned on the evening news to see angry employees protesting outside the gates of a plant or the front door of an office building. Layoffs have just been announced, and people are in shock. They feel as though a bomb has dropped on them out of nowhere. You can bet the top team doesn't feel that way. They probably knew layoffs were in the offing for months. The fact that everyone else didn't is really unconscionable. Every employee, not just the senior people, should know how a company is doing. Of course, financial information is not always that easy to get your hands on. If you're running a 10-person division of a conglomerate, for instance, you may only have access to data about your business, but know little about how other businesses are performing. On the other hand, if you're running a 10-person machine shop, there is no reason in the world why employees should know about every vital sign of the business: the volume of orders, the size and trend line of profit margins, emerging low-cost competitors, and so forth. For most managers, the availability of financial data lies somewhere between these extremes. Your job is to get as much as you can and get it to your people as clearly and frequently as possible. That way, if layoffs must occur, at least people will have some level of preparation. The same principle holds for layoffs due to market changes. During the internet boom, for example, lots of companies scrambled frantically to hire technical gurus by the truckload. As the reality of e-commerce settled in, it quickly became obvious to many of these organizations that their hiring had been excessive, and some of the techies would have to go. Again, open communication should be the order of the day. Last year at a Q&A session in Orlando, Florida, I was introduced to the audience by the owner and CEO of a New England-based consulting and training firm. Before the session, I asked her about her business. She told me it had taken a real hit after the internet bubble burst. She'd had to lay off half of her 30 employees. How'd it go, I asked. Incredibly well, she answered to my surprise. My husband and I practiced open book management. Our employees knew everything about the state of the business. When the time came for the layoffs, people were sad, but they understood. Today, the business is flourishing, and many of the CEO's former employees have returned without bitterness. Needless to say, this is an ideal situation. The firm was small, and media coverage of the internet industry collapse helped make its economic troubles blindingly clear to employees. But even if your company is large and economic conditions are more vague, it always helps to have your cards on the table for employees to see in the event of a downturn. Now for the most complex and delicate kind of firing, when an individual has to be let go because of poor performance. Earlier, I used straightforward to describe the no surprise, minimal humiliation approach to these situations. I didn't mean to make it sound easy. It is not. Unfortunately, you learn how to fire on the job, under the most stressful of circumstances. Nothing really prepares you. Managers don't sit around talking about how to do it, comparing notes. I'm not aware of any business schools that actually teach the process. And while company training programs might talk a lot about evaluations, none that I know of offer a lot of help on actually how to let people go. Which leaves you to your instincts. Maybe some people are born to fire well. I know I wasn't. I did it for years and never got used to it. I was particularly bad at it in my early years as a manager. One of my most painful memories from Pittsfield, where I ran plastics, is of the day that a boy got on the school bus and punched my son John in the face. I had fired the boy's dad the day before, and obviously I had done it wrong. It didn't make any difference that I thought I had handled the matter well. The boy's family didn't perceive it that way. Sometimes people screw up so royally they deserve to be fired without much ado. I once had a manager in plastics who had to be let go after 90 days because while he had a resume loaded with prestigious degrees and was as charming as could be in chit-chat, he was completely ineffective at every single task. A friend of mine was fired from her job as a clothing store clerk in the first week because she forgot to ask half the customers to sign their credit card slips. She says that if her boss hadn't fired her, she would have fired herself. Usually, however, firings for non-performance aren't so black and white. There's lots more gray about who did what and what went wrong to lead up to the finale. Because of that, there are three main ways that managers get firing wrong: moving too fast, not using enough candor, and taking too long. For an example of the first dynamic, take the case of a friend of mine who ran a 60-person unit within a 300-employee company. The company had been growing, and things were generally going well. It was privately held and had a family-like culture, meaning mediocre performance was generally tolerated in the name of congeniality. It was not uncommon for employees to carpool on weekdays and socialize on weekends. As with many small companies, performance reviews were generally informal events with lots of generic pleasantries. When my friend was promoted to head the unit, she soon realized that one of her chief lieutenants, the man in charge of distribution, whom I'll call Richard, was not up to the demands of the growing business. To exacerbate matters, Richard was a true disruptor, as described in the last chapter. He never missed an opportunity to challenge the authority of the new boss or her boss. Usually his negative comments came in the form of sarcastic humor with peers in the hallway. Richard's performance wasn't terrible, but it was pretty close. He regularly missed deadlines and seemed unable to handle increasingly complex logistics. My friend spoke to Richard several times about his shortcomings, to no avail. Finally, after a particularly tough period of Richard's corridor sniping, an important customer called to complain that his shipment was a week late. My friend had it. Richard had to go. The official dismissal meeting could not have gone worse. To say Richard was surprised is an understatement. He blew up in anger, shouting, "You've got to be crazy. We don't fire people at this company, and you're going to pay for this." He then stormed out, ran back to his office in another part of the building, and called an impromptu meeting with his own 8-person staff. Even though he cleaned out his desk and was gone within hours, a hate management movement had been launched. Some of the unit's employees, in particular Richard's circle of friends, felt that he'd been fired without enough warning, and they complained they no longer trusted the boss or the organization. In the fraught weeks that followed, productivity dropped by an order of magnitude, as people spent inordinate amounts of time gathering behind closed doors to talk about Richard's departure, how it was handled, and who might be next. It took my friend about 3 months to restore equilibrium and get her unit moving again. The second firing mistake is a variation of Richard's case, and it involves lack of candor and a misunderstanding about fairness. Say you've got an employee named Gail. She can't reach her sales quotas, and her coworkers can't really count on her for one reason or another. She's damaging the unit's performance and morale. But Gail's friendly to everyone. She tries hard, and she's been with the company for years. Every time you attempt to tell her how badly she's doing, she's so cheerful and oblivious that the conversation gets muddled, and you end up hiding your negative feelings behind a forced smile and a mixed message about working smarter. Then the situation reaches a crisis stage. Gail really screws up, and in a burst of impulsive anger, you fire her. She's shocked and starts to remind you of all the positive feedback you've given her over the years. You respond by coming up with a severance package that feels pretty rich to you, given how much she's underperformed. She hates the package. It's insulting, she says, and she gets angry. You get angry back, because you can't believe she's angry. You feel she should be grateful you carried her for so long. The next thing you know, Gail's gone from shocked to angry to bitter as she walks out the door. This may not be the last you hear of her. Think about the last time you lost a promising hire or a potential customer. They might have been talking to Gail, who went out to become an ambassador for your company. Lucky you. Every employee who leaves is a spokesperson for the company. For the next 5, 10, or 20 years, they can badmouth or praise. In the most extreme cases, people fired take their anger public, and a few become so-called whistleblowers. I say so-called because I've seen too many companies exposed wrongly by people seeking nothing more than revenge for a firing conducted by a manager who should have and could have done it better. And now for the third mistake. It occurs when a firing happens too slowly, and you get a kind of dead man walking effect. Everyone knows a person is about to be fired, including the person himself. But the boss waits a long time to pull the trigger. The result is enormous awkwardness in the office that can lead to a form of paralysis. I've seen the dead man walking effect more times than I care to remember. I can recall a staff meeting at headquarters when I was a division VP. About 10 people were there, including one of my peers, we'll call Steve, who had been having consistently bad results. Before the meeting even started, everyone already sensed that Steve was a goner. But once the meeting began, the discomfort got worse. The group's boss picked apart Steve's quarterly results and wouldn't allow Steve to open his mouth for a rebuttal. Steve could do nothing right. At the coffee break, everyone milled around, avoiding Steve as much as possible. None of us could look him in the eye. Unfortunately, it took about a year before Steve was let go. At every staff meeting, we watched in agony as the self-confidence seeped out of him. You just knew the people in Steve's businesses had to be crippled, as they were undoubtedly seeing the same thing and were only waiting to find out who his replacement would be. The question, of course, is, why do bosses allow the dead man walking effect to occur? One reason is that firing is so tough that no one likes to do it, and so the event often gets delayed. But with the dead man situation, something more subtle is often going on. Bosses let an employee twist in the wind because they want the victim's peers to see and, figuratively speaking, sign off on the necessity of the firing decision. In a way, it's cruel, but most bosses would rather be known as careful than quick-triggered. Richard, Gail, and Steve are examples of how firing goes wrong. How do you get it right? First, no surprises. You can take the surprise out of economic downturn layoffs with lots of financial information. But how do you take the surprise out of gray area, non-performance firings? We've actually already dealt with that question in the chapters preceding this one, in those discussing candor, differentiation, and good people management processes. In particular, the answer lies in using a rigorous evaluation system with its regular formal and informal reviews. Very simply, a good performance evaluation process informs and prepares people in the fairest, most open way I know. If people know where they stand, in fact, a firing actually never happens. Instead, when things are not working out, eventually there's a mutual understanding that it's time to part ways. In this kind of environment, where the employee is doing okay, but not quite what you want, it can take a couple of years for the end game to be clear to everyone. Over that time period, there'll be many candid conversations about performance and career goals. The possibility of parting ways will have been raised and discussed openly. In the ideal situation, the last conversation will go like this. The boss says, "Well, I think you know what this meeting's about." The employee answers, "Yes, I guess I do. So what are your thoughts on timing, and what's the deal?" Moreover, as a result of this process, sometimes you get lucky, and the employee will come to you first. The employee will say, "I've got a great job offer, and I think I'm going to go for it. What do you think?" The boss answers, "What a great career move for you. I think you should take it." These kinds of partings are rarely acrimonious, and surprise is the last thing anyone feels. Cases like Richard, Gail, and Steve can never be eliminated entirely, but with candid and consistent evaluation processes in place, they can become less and less common every year. Now, you want to minimize humiliation in any firing. To take the sting and embarrassment out of it, you first have to understand the emotional timeline of the experience. For the boss, the timeline begins long before the actual event. In preparing for it, you feel nervous, frustrated, and anguished. Unless you're a complete jerk, you dread the whole thing, especially the conversation itself. For weeks, you lose sleep, rehearsing how it'll go. You talk to your spouse or best friend about the situation to help get your nerve up. Meanwhile, your employee is scared, but from my experience, usually optimistic until the end. Denial is the operative emotion. Most people walk into termination meetings hoping against hope this isn't the day, a feeling usually mixed with gut-wrenching fear. So the day finally comes and you sit down. You deliver the bad news and suddenly you feel relieved. The anxiety flows out of you. It's over, you think. I did it kindly. I said nice things. The package is fair. Phew. At last I can get on to other work, including hiring someone great to fill the soon-to-be vacant spot. You go home feeling that a terrible weight is off your shoulders. Dinner that night tastes better than it has in a while. Your employee is in another emotional time zone, to put it mildly. Even if he has been well prepared by candid evaluations, he is crushed. His self-esteem is in the tank. If you have done everything right, he won't be surprised, but he could still be feeling terribly sad and hurt. The next day at work is when you must start to act against your instincts. Yes, the employee's done a poor job. And yes, he's taken up a disproportionate amount of your time and energy already. But until he departs, your job is to make sure he doesn't feel as if he's in a leper colony. Build up his self-confidence. Coach him. Let him know there's a good job out there for him, where his skills are a much better match. You may even help him find that job. Your goal for the fired employee is a soft landing wherever he goes. A firing may take an hour, but someone's departure can take 6 months. You'll save a lot of pain and preserve a lot of pride if you don't rush it. The unfortunate reality is firings are a part of business, but that doesn't mean they have to end up as the bitter messes they often do. If you handle them right, they'll never be enjoyable, but they can be tolerable for all involved. The legacy of a firing lasts a long time for you, your company, and most of all for the person who has been fired. Obviously, if your company's collapsing, you can't handle layoffs with kid gloves. And if someone has an integrity violation, you need to kick that person out the door and fast. But for everyone else, leaving for reasons more in the gray area, remember that every time there is a parting of ways, you own the process. When it's time to let someone go, do it right. No surprises, no humiliation. The next chapter in the Your Company section of the book is all about change. It's entitled Mountains Do Move. I'm sure you've noticed the hand-wringing and hyperventilating about change out there. For more than a decade, there's been a whole industry devoted to the topic, all of it selling pretty much the same line, change or die. Well, it's true. Change is an absolutely critical part of business. You do need to change, preferably before you have to. What you've heard about resistance to change is also true. People hate it when their bosses announce a transformation initiative. They run back to their cubicles and frantically start emailing one another with reasons it's going to ruin everything. Frankly, most people hate it when they find out their favorite coffee shop is closing. The Times of London changed to a tabloid format, and the editor told me he received a letter asking him how it felt to be the person responsible for ending Western civilization. People love familiarity and patterns. They cling to them. The phenomenon is so entrenched, it can only be chalked up to human nature. But attributing a behavior to human nature doesn't mean you have to be controlled by it. Yes, managing change can sometimes feel like moving a mountain. But managing change can also be incredibly exciting and rewarding, particularly when you start seeing results. During my years at GE, we were in a pretty constant state of change. Most companies today are. You have to be if you want to stay in the game, let alone win. That said, I realize that change is not a layup. Over the past couple of years, I've been struck by the number of people at Q&A sessions who have asked me, my organization needs to change. How can I get them to do it when everyone wants things to stay the same? The question is usually delivered with a level of despair. My first answer is always a question back. Are you really the only person who sees a need for change? I ask. If you are, and you don't have some form of authority, make your case. And if you don't get anywhere with it, learn to live with it or get out. Why stay where you're frustrated? But if the situation is not that extreme, and it usually isn't, that is, you have the power to get things done, and a few supporters as well, then you can make something happen. It comes down to embracing 4 practices. Attach every initiative to a clear purpose or goal. Change for change's sake is stupid and enervating. 2. Hire and promote only true believers and get on with it types. 3. Ferret out and get rid of resistors, even if their performance is satisfactory. 4. Look at car wrecks. If a company's leaders implement these practices with passion and reward everyone else who buys in, eventually all the noise around change will stop sounding like noise. Change will become business as usual, the norm, and when it does, mountains do move. I've seen it happen, and it's not as earth-shattering as it's made out to be. Now for the practices in more detail. Number 1, attach every change initiative to a clear purpose or goal. Change for change's sake is stupid and enervating. It is a disaster when companies take all the hype about change literally and grab every new management fad that comes down the pike. It's change overload. Some big companies adopt 10 different change initiatives at once and run in 8 different directions. Nothing meaningful ever happens in these flavor of the month kinds of situations, except that for most employees, work feels very frantic and disorganized. Actually, change should be a relatively orderly process. But for that to occur, people have to understand in their heads and in their hearts why change is necessary and where the change is taking them. This is easier, of course, when the problems are obvious, as in the house is burning down, earnings are collapsing, a competitor has dropped prices 20%, or a new product appears that totally threatens your market position. Change is made even easier when the media is writing stories about your imminent demise, perhaps the one time you welcome bad press. Many of the most notable large company turnarounds in the past decade had this going for them. GM, IBM, and Xerox, to name 3. When the whole world knows about your problem, the wind is at your back. But sometimes the need for change isn't scrawled across the skies. Competitive threats only seem to be emerging. They may not even be real, or they may be your company's death knell. You don't know, and still you have to respond. In those cases, lots of data and relentless communication about the business rationale for change are the best ammunition you've got. Take the case of GE's appliances business in the late 1970s. In those days, appliances and lighting were the mainstays of the company. The previous 2 chairmen and several vice chairmen had come from their ranks. As far as everyone in the business was concerned, GE was the leader in major appliances, and it would be that way forever. In 1978, when I was appointed head of the Consumer Products Group, I found myself staring at an appliance business whose market share had been slipping for a few years and whose margins were sliding even faster. To an outsider like me, the situation looked frighteningly similar to the television receiver and automotive businesses, where the Japanese were making tremendous inroads with higher quality, low-cost products, while fat American companies sat by doing little. I made my case to appliances business managers at their headquarters in Louisville, Kentucky. The place was loaded with good old boys, not to mention tons of overhead and layers of bureaucracy. I showed them chart after chart illustrating appliances eroding position. And yet, early buy-in was minimal, to put it mildly. At the outset, I basically forced the cost reduction program. Almost immediately, I got the two refrains common to every cost reduction program ever launched. We've already cut the fat. You're asking us to cut the bone. And the competitors are crazy. They're giving away product. Just watch. They can't keep it up. Fortunately, the head of the business, a good old boy named Dick Donegan, whom I had been prepared to write off, saw the logic of the case, came to my aid, and started to champion change at appliances. His leadership was vital to fixing things. He had been with appliances his entire career, so he knew the players well. He built a team of supporters around him and cleaned out detractors, literally hundreds of them, over a 2-year period. In the end, the appliances business went through drastic changes because it had to. The fact wasn't blindingly obvious in 1978 when the change was launched, nor was it overwhelmingly clear for a few years after. In fact, the Japanese never really sold large appliances in the U.S. Only recently have the Chinese and Koreans made inroads. The domestic competition was tough enough to make change necessary. Just look at the price of a refrigerator today. That's why the appliances business continues to cut costs and still hasn't hit bone. It is now a business characterized by continual productivity improvements, modest innovation, and a team that understands that change is a way of life. One lesson from the appliances story is that you don't always have, at the outset of a change initiative, every bit of information you'd like to make your case. Regardless, you need to get out there and start talking about what you do know and what you fear. Communication about change does get a lot more challenging as a company gets larger. It's one thing if you're the owner of a 200-person machine tool company to walk into work one day, call a meeting and say, "Okay, everyone, I just got back from a sales trip, and guess what? We've got brutal competition from a really innovative new company in Hungary. Things are going to have to change around here." It's another thing entirely to make the case for change to a company with a couple 100,000 people in multiple business units in multiple countries. In big companies, calls for change are often greeted with a nice head fake. People nod at your presentations and pleasantly agree that given all the data, it sure looks like change is necessary. Then they go back to doing everything they always did. If the company has been through enough change programs, employees consider you like gas pains. You'll go away if they just wait long enough. This pervasive skepticism is all the more reason that anyone leading a change process must stay far away from empty slogans and instead stick to a solid, persuasive business case. Over time, logic will win out. The second practice to consider when you're going through a change process evolves around hiring and promoting only true believers and get on with it types. Everyone in business claims they like change. To say otherwise nowadays would be career suicide. In fact, it's quite common to see someone describe himself as a change agent right on his resume. That's ridiculous. By my estimate, real change agents comprise less than 10% of all business people. These are the true believers who champion change, know how to make it happen, and love every second of the process. A significant majority, about 70 to 80% more, may not lead the charge, but once they are convinced change is necessary, they say, "Okay, get on with it." The rest are resistors. To make change happen, companies must actively hire and promote only true believers and get on with it. But with everyone claiming to like change, how can you tell who's for real? Luckily, Change agents usually make themselves known. They're typically brash, high energy, and more than a little bit paranoid about the future. Very often they invent change initiatives on their own or asked to lead them. Invariably they are curious and forward-looking. They ask a lot of questions that start with the phrase, "Why don't we?" These people have courage, a certain fearlessness about the unknown. Something in them makes it okay to operate without a safety net. If they fail, they know they can pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and move on. They're thick-skinned about risk, which allows them to make bold decisions without a lot of data. This description makes me think immediately about Dennis Naden, a managing partner with Oak Hill Capital Management, whom I've known for more than 20 years. Dennis joined GE Capital in 1977, right out of the University of Connecticut, and by 1989 was second in charge, helping Gary Wendt expand the business from a few $100 million in net income to more than $5 billion in 2000. The best word to describe Dennis is intense, but extremely smart and fanatical about growth also work well. He never saw a deal he couldn't make better. He never saw a routine or process that couldn't be unpicked, shaken up, and improved. In fact, Dennis always saw the status quo as something to be upended. And in doing so, he brought hundreds of GE Capital's deals to unparalleled heights of performance. He always gave people a view beyond what they were to what they could be. Now, Dennis, like most change agents, is not always easy to work for. He constantly asks questions, pushes people hard, and just never settles. In the process, some people can feel threatened or scared. But Dennis is not a whatever works, smooth things over kind of person. Successful change agents rarely are. The point here is that to make change, you need true believers at the top and get on with it types everywhere else. Take the case of Bob Nardelli at the Home Depot. The Home Depot, like GE's appliances business, was a company where the idea of change seemed ludicrous to most people in the organization. When Bob arrived in December 2000, the company looked perfect from the outside, and everyone inside was thrilled with the level of earnings and growth. The founders of the company had done a remarkable job of building the company from nothing, along the way sharing stock options with thousands of employees who loved the ride as the profits soared through the 90s. But two things were happening that no one wanted to face. The business had gotten big with few internal processes in place, careful inventory tracking, stocking policies, and buying guidelines, to name three, and was having trouble maintaining its competitiveness. Lowe's, its principal competitor, was chipping away at the Home Depot's lead with better service and more modern stores. Bob was running the company for about a month when he started boldly talking about these problems, using tons of data. But few people at any level were buying his story of Home Depot as a fixer-upper. Many employees from the good old days openly pined for the times when the founders ran the company and everyone was getting richer by the hour. Who could blame them for that nostalgia? But things had to change, and Bob knew that he couldn't do that with the team he had inherited. He quickly brought in his own people, true believers, and promoted several longtime employees whom he had identified as get-on-with-its. Together they put the missing processes into Home Depot and got growth back into the company. In this case, Bob had no wind at his back, but he did have the right people by his side. The third best practice, and perhaps the toughest one to implement, is to ferret out and remove the resistors, even if their performance is satisfactory. In the last chapter, I talked about how hard it is to let anyone go, but it is particularly difficult to fire people who are not actually screwing up and may in fact be doing quite well. But in any organization, as the appliances and Home Depot stories show, there is a core of people who absolutely will not accept change, no matter how good your case. Either their personalities just can't take it, or they're so entrenched emotionally, intellectually, or politically in the way things are, they cannot see a way to make them better. These people usually have to go. Maybe that sounds harsh, but you are doing no one a favor by keeping resistors in your organization. They foster an underground resistance and lower the morale of the people who support change. They waste their own time at a company where they don't share the vision, and they should be encouraged to find one where they do. Take this extraordinary example. It's about Bill Harrison, the CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, who asked a well-respected, high-level executive to leave during his change process at the bank. His move was even more stunning in that Bill did it when his own political capital was low, in the middle of the Enron collapse, when many people wondered if Bill would personally take the fall for the bank's loans to Enron and to other high-profile troubled companies. During this period, Bill was instituting an executive training initiative focused on transforming the newly merged J.P. Morgan and Chase into a more market-focused bank, a big change for an institution whose businesses, like many of those on Wall Street, prided themselves on their individuality. The biggest resistor was the CEO of one of J.P. Morgan Chase's major businesses, a true star in his own right. He preferred the lone wolf culture of an investment bank and launched a quiet revolt over Bill's direction. So Bill asked him to leave. It took tremendous courage given the circumstances, but Bill knew, and he was right, that the transformation of J.P. Morgan Chase could not move forward with such a resistor, and his following in the way. Candor and fairness made the departure go well, and Bill's program went on to succeed too. In a survey of all bank executives taken 2 years after his leadership program started, those who participated in the initiative had a favorable impression of the bank's direction 20 points higher than those who had not participated. From a management perspective, few cases of removing resistors are as difficult as the one Bill Harrison faced. But even when a situation is not nearly as political or fraught, I have seen managers hold on to resistors because of a specific skill set or because they've been around for a long time. Don't. Resistors only get more diehard and their followings more entrenched as time goes on. They are change killers. Cut them off early. The fourth practice looks at what I call car wrecks. Most companies capitalize on obvious opportunities. When a competitor fails, they move in on their customers. When a new technology emerges, they invest in it and create product line extensions. But to be a real change organization, you also have to have the guts to look at bolder, scarier, more unpredictable events and assess and make the most of the opportunities they present. This capability takes a certain determination and sometimes a strong stomach, but the rewards can be huge. Take the 1997 Asian financial crisis. Currency traders certainly capitalized on this awful event. They live on exploiting change. But they're not the only ones who should do this. GE had real success buying undervalued Thai auto loans in this period. Others prospered by buying real estate at fire sale prices. The Japanese banking woes of the 90s gave numerous companies a chance to pick up assets at attractive prices and participate in a market that had previously been closed to them. Companies like the buyout firm Ripplewood Holdings, AIG, Citigroup, and GE, to name a few, made huge gambles in a horrible-looking environment that had just about every pundit predicting the permanent demise of Japan. Those bets are turning out to be big winners as Japan recovers. Bankruptcies are another calamity that provide all kinds of opportunities. They're tragic to the employees. Jobs are lost and pensions disappear into thin air. But jobs and futures can also be created from the cinders. When Enron fell apart, a tragic business story if there ever was one, Warren Buffett was able to take a position in his former pipeline business at a bargain basement price, and GE picked up its wind power business at what it considered a very good price. The Vivendi collapse was a disaster for CEO Jean-Marie Messier, many employees, and company shareowners. But its financial needs provided the opportunity for Edgar Bronfman to re-enter the music business at an attractive price, and for GE to purchase terrific media assets. It goes without saying that no business person wants disasters to occur, but they will. There'll be spikes in oil prices. Buildings will be destroyed in earthquakes. Companies will go bankrupt, and countries will come close. In today's world, there is the persistent threat of a terrorist attack. Yet even if terrorism is eventually contained, unfortunately something that is not imminent, there will always be elections and revolutions that change the course of history. Most companies take advantage of obvious opportunities, but some also have the ability to make the most of regrettable circumstances, those car wrecks, and they should. Since 9/11, for instance, an entirely new kind of security industry has emerged. Of course, you wish with everything in you that such an industry didn't have to exist, but these companies will benefit for having realized that change means seizing every opportunity, even the ones wrought by adversity. With all the noise out there about change, it's easy to get overwhelmed and confused. But there are really just 4 practices that matter. Communicate a sound rationale for every change, have the right people at your side, get rid of the resistors, and seize every single opportunity, even those from someone else's misfortune. That's it. Don't get all caught up in your knickers over change. You just don't need to. The final chapter in the Your Company section is about crisis management. I call it going from "oh God, no" to "yes, we're fine." It's no wonder that crisis management is often referred to as firefighting. Like a 4-alarm blaze, an event of the "oh God, no" variety can really consume an organization. Managers huddle in meeting after meeting, trying to figure out what the heck is going on, while everyone else gathers in little clumps all over the office to whisper. They wring their hands over whose head is going to roll. They obsess about their jobs, pointing fingers up, down, and sideways. Often panic rages so high that real work grinds to a halt. Sound familiar? Look, crises happen. As long as companies are made up of human beings, there will be mistakes, controversies, and blow-ups. There will be accidents, theft, and fraud. The cold truth is that some degree of unwanted and unacceptable behavior is inevitable. If people always followed the rules, there'd be no police forces, courthouses, or jails. For leaders, crises often stand out as the most painful and trying experiences of their business lives. Crises can create anxiety-ridden days, sleepless nights, and a churning in the pit of your stomach like no other challenge you face. And on top of it all, crises demand from leaders a daunting balancing act. On one hand, you've got to throw everything you've got into understanding and solving the crisis. You have to unleash a torrent of time and energy, mainly your own, at dousing the flames. At the same time, you have to put that activity into a compartment and carry on as if nothing is actually wrong. That's what leaders usually neglect, to their regret, because when you only focus on the crisis, it can overtake the whole organization, sucking it into a vortex of blame, dread, and paralysis. This balancing act is obviously brutal to pull off in the midst of an event that feels like a living hell. At the outset, you never have all the information you want or need, and solutions often emerge much more slowly than you'd like. And the ending to a crisis rarely seems completely fair or right. Good people sometimes get hurt, and all you can really be happy about is that the mess is finally over. And each crisis is different. Some are entirely internal affairs with swift solutions. Others are huge media events with all sorts of legal ramifications. The uniqueness of each crisis makes it hard to come up with rules for getting through them. There are, however, 5 things you can assume about how your crisis will unfold. These assumptions played out in virtually every crisis I managed, from aircraft engines bribery case involving an Israeli Air Force general, to the company's battle with the government over time card accuracy, to the Kidder Peabody scandal, where an employee misrepresented earnings by millions of dollars. These assumptions aren't a formula for managing a crisis, but hopefully they'll provide directional guidance as you get from "oh God, no" back to "yes, we're fine" again. First, assume the problem is worse than it appears. Managers can waste a lot of time at the outset of a crisis denying that something went wrong. Don't let that happen to you. Skip the denial step and get into the mindset that the problem will get bigger, messier, and more awful than you can possibly imagine. Second, assume there are no secrets in the world and that everyone will eventually find out everything. One of the most common tendencies inside the crisis vortex is containment, in which managers frantically try to clamp down on information flow. It's far better to get out ahead of the problem, exposing its scope before someone else does it for you. Third, assume you and your organization's handling of the crisis will be portrayed in the worst possible light. It's not the job of the media to make you or your organization look good during a crisis, and they won't. And never mind the media, your own organization can be a tough audience during times of trouble. In both cases, the implication is the same. Define your own position early and often. Fourth, assume there'll be changes in processes and people. Almost no crisis ends without blood on the floor. Real crises don't just fade away. They require solutions that overhaul current processes or introduce new ones, and just as often, upend lives and careers. Fifth, assume your organization will survive, ultimately stronger for what happened. We learned something from every single crisis that made us a smarter and more effective organization. Taking that long view might make living in the hellish moment somewhat more bearable. Last year in Amsterdam, we met a Dutch journalist who had recently recovered from an illness that had robbed her of her memory for 2 years. She recounted to us the worst aspect of amnesia for her, which she described as her lack of immunity in life. Every time she made a mistake, like touching a hot stove or not bringing an umbrella out in a rainstorm, it was as if it was for the first time. She never learned anything from experience. At the time we met, the journalist was covering the crisis unfolding at the Dutch food retailer Ahold, which had been accused of a serious accounting fraud. In our conversation, she wondered what would become of the company if its troubles passed. Having touched the stove, would it do so again? Or would its financial accounting be more tightly controlled than ever before. I volunteered that our home might make other mistakes in the future, but it was highly unlikely to make a similar accounting error for a long, long time. Companies typically go to extremes after a crisis. They throw up fortresses of rules and procedures to fight the enemy that got in once. Or to use the Dutch journalist metaphor, they build a kind of immunity to the sickness that fell them, the way a child cannot get chickenpox twice. So there is a sliver of silver lining to crisis management, in that you really have to live through the same disaster twice. That said, you can be proactive in preventing some crises. There are three main ways, and most companies have the first two pretty much nailed. The first is tight controls, disciplined financial and accounting systems with tough internal and external auditing processes. An organization's line managers should be required to review and act on every audit's findings. The second way to prevent crises is with good internal processes, such as rigorous hiring procedures, candid performance reviews, and comprehensive training programs that make the company's policies nothing short of crystal clear. When it comes to acceptable behaviors, rules, and regulations, you simply cannot train too much. The third way is less common and certainly less of a layup. A culture of integrity, meaning a culture of honesty, transparency, fairness, and strict adherence to rules and regulations. In such cultures, there can be no head fakes or winks. People who break the rules do not leave the company for what is called personal reasons or to spend more time with their families. They are hanged publicly, and the reasons are made painfully clear to everyone. Perhaps the lawyers will warn you against saying too much, but if you've got the facts right, you should be comfortable laying out who broke the rules and how. There are enormous organizational benefits from making examples of people who have violated your policies. Maybe public vilifications and punishments sound harsh, but they are the best way to increase the chances that when somebody in your organization lights a match, that is, commits an integrity transgression, at least a couple of onlookers will immediately shout, "Fire!" Prevention is by no means a perfect science, but it's your first line of defense against a crisis. Don't rely on hard experience to build your immunity, unless you absolutely have to. Before we talk about each assumption, let's take a short look at how crises tend to unfold and roll to their conclusions. Most of the time, crises blindside you. They begin with someone stopping you in the cafeteria and asking a perplexing, "Did you hear?" kind of question, or with an email or letter about a possible irregularity, or with a phone call you would never expect in a million years. The last of those is what happened in 1985, when the general counsel of GE phoned to say there was an investigation of time card irregularities going on in our Valley Forge, Pennsylvania factory that made missile cones for the government. I had never worked in a business where employees apportioned their time by project, let alone filled out a job time card myself. All I knew was that the people in our aerospace business had nothing to gain from jiggering this process, since the engineers involved were all paid on salary only. My initial reaction was a totally unruffled, keep me posted. He did, and before I knew it, the time card situation had erupted into a firestorm that took a lot of people's time and focus during my early years as CEO. Now, some crises explode with a single event, like the Exxon Valdez breaking up off the coast of Alaska, dumping millions of gallons of crude oil, or when Johnson & Johnson suddenly discovered that someone was tampering with bottles of Tylenol. But most crises don't detonate like bombs. They emerge in fits and starts. I don't know the details of the Merck situation with Vioxx, but I would bet that it actually started a few years ago with a couple of seemingly random incidents of heart problems in people taking the drug. Those reports might have led to a vague suspicion by some scientists that Vioxx was involved, and eventually a larger study was undertaken. From there, the situation probably grew into the full-blown recall that took place in the fall of 2004. Most often, that's how crises go. They seep out and roll toward their solutions, like snowballs down a mountain. They bounce and zigzag and pick up weight and speed. You can never be entirely sure where their paths will end. You can be sure, however, that they will end. The trip to the bottom of the mountain will probably be unpleasant, but eventually it's over and normal life resumes. That is, until another crisis emerges. And now for the 5 assumptions to keep in mind when a crisis happens. Assumption 1. The problem is worse than it appears. No matter how hard you might wish and pray, very few crises start small and stay that way. The vast majority are bigger in scope than you can ever imagine with that first phone call, and they will last longer and get more ugly. More people than you thought will be involved, more lawyers than you've ever seen will poke their noses in, and more terrible things will be said and published than your worst nightmare. So adjust your mindset early on. Go into every crisis assuming the absolute worst has occurred somewhere in your organization, and just as important, that you completely own the problem. In other words, go so far as to assume your company did it and you have to fix it. My tepid response to the time card crisis is case in point here about the importance of having the right mindset, which I did not. With my lack of experience in crisis management, I assumed the problem just couldn't be that bad, given that no one stood to gain personally from misallocating their hours. Maybe a few people have been sloppy with their time cards and winged it, I thought. But so what? The so what was all in the timing. Caspar Weinberger had just been named Secretary of Defense, and he was spearheading President Reagan's famous campaign against government fraud, waste, and abuse. The newspapers were filled with stories about companies charging the government $400 for hammers and $1,000 for toilet seats. We were up next. The facts, as we came to learn, were that 99.5% of the thousands of time cards filed in the Pennsylvania plant had been filled out correctly. It didn't matter. 0.5% of them were not, and that was a violation. Instead of facing that, we got all caught up in our own logic. It went like this. Most of the time cards were correct, and the errors were accidental. Overall, we had actually undercharged the government. This is all just a political witch hunt. With a seasoned mindset, I would have said, we were wrong. Let's do what it takes to correct the situation and put it behind us. I'm not saying that the correct mindset means you should always fold at the get-go. Sometimes you're absolutely clean, and you need to fight. In 1992, a former employee turned whistleblower from our diamond business claimed that we had colluded with De Beers to set prices in the industrial diamond market. Knowing the people charged with collusion, I felt certain that this was just a case of a disgruntled guy who should have been let go with more sensitivity. Nevertheless, we dug into the investigation as if we were guilty, looking for every shred of evidence that could be used against us. We turned up nothing. That allowed us to take on the government with everything we had, and we won big when a federal judge threw out the government's case in 1994. The same we own it mindset got us successfully through another crisis. In the late 80s, the people running our appliances business in Louisville, Kentucky, began to hear rumblings from the field that an unusual number of refrigerator compressors were requiring repair a year or two out of the factory. The highest volume of breakdowns was coming from the warm weather states. After a few months, the problem spread north, and I was brought into the loop. We immediately assembled a SWAT team of experts from every part of the company, metallurgists and statisticians from corporate research and development, design engineers from aircraft engines who had experience with rotating parts, and marketing people who had studied the consumer impact of other national product recalls. The team met weekly for a month and spoke on the phone every day to review new data and sort through options. Within 3 months, it was clear that the only course of action was a national recall. We had to take a $500 million write-off, and we received some unpleasant coverage about our technical capabilities in the Wall Street Journal. But grasping the scope of the problem early and taking ownership of its solution ultimately resulted in a lot of goodwill from consumers. The point is, at the first glimmer of a crisis, don't flinch. Get into a worst-case scenario mindset and start digging. Assume you have a major problem on your hands that's yours to fix. Assumption 2. There are no secrets in the world, and everyone will eventually find out everything. In the chapter on people management, discussing the corrosive effect of layers, I mentioned the children's game of telephone. In it, the first person in a circle whispers a secret to the second, who passes to a third, and round it goes until the last person announces what message has reached him. Not surprisingly, the final version has no resemblance to the original. Telephone gets played during crises, too. Information you try to shut down will eventually get out, and as it travels, it will certainly morph, twist, and darken. The only way to prevent that is to expose the problem yourself. If you don't, you can be sure someone will do it for you, and you will look the worse for it. Now I know what you're thinking. You're saying legal won't let us. And you're right. During a crisis, your lawyers will tell you to say less, not more. They will warn you not to implicate Joe or Joyce because their involvement is not yet clear. That advice is not all wrong, but don't take it as gospel. Push lawyers to let you say as much as you can. Just make sure that what you do say is the total truth, with no shades of gray. Cases of full disclosure in businesses abound, but Johnson & Johnson probably set the gold standard with its handling of the Tylenol crisis in the 1980s. It held press conferences every day, and sometimes more than once, to describe the situation and its scope. It opened its packaging factories up for scrutiny and kept the public posted on a frequent basis on its investigation of the problem and its recall efforts. But perhaps some of the best examples of full disclosure come from the newspaper industry. In 1980, the Washington Post ran a detailed series describing how one of its reporters, Janet Cook, managed to fool her editors, the public, and the Pulitzer Prize jury into believing a horrific tale of an 8-year-old heroin addict. Or take the New York Times and its coverage of Jason Blair, its reporter who fabricated numerous articles. The paper put its best investigative reporters on the case, and their articles left no part of the story untouched. The paper's own practices and leaders were challenged so thoroughly and personally that at times the coverage felt like an unedited family movie. And yet, in the end, it was the Times' transparency during the crisis that saved its credibility. The more it said about Jason Blair's falsifications, the more people trusted it, not less. The more it revealed the internal dynamics that let Blair's lying slip by, the more people knew the paper was invested in finding a solution to the underlying problems that caused the breach. The same is true during any crisis. The more openly you speak about the problem, its causes, and its solutions, the more trust you earn from everyone watching, inside the organization and out. And during a crisis, trust is just what you need at every turn. Assumption 3. You and your organization's handling of the crisis will be portrayed in the worst possible light. In some industries, insiders keep score by market share. In others, they keep score by revenue growth, or number of new franchises opened in a year, or customer satisfaction figures. In journalism, they keep score by toppled empires and naked emperors. The profession's calling, as it were, is to question authority in its every form. I speak, of course, from experience. During my very public divorce in 2002, a controversy erupted around the perks that made up my retention contract, and the media had a field day. But that was hardly the first time I'd gotten my clock cleaned by the press. Not long after I was made CEO, during a period of wide-scale layoffs, I got labeled Neutron Jack after the bomb that leaves buildings standing but kills people. A year later, I was named one of the toughest bosses in America. And believe me, the implication was not positive. During the Kidder Peabody crisis in '94, I appeared on the cover of Fortune magazine under the headline, Jack's Nightmare on Wall Street. The article includes a thesis about the cultural breakdown at Kidder Peabody brought on by earnings pressure from GE. Public skewings are awful. You're indignant and enraged. But no matter how innocent you think you are, or how superbly you think your organization is handling its troubles, it just doesn't matter. Reporters are not in the business of telling your side of the story. They are in the business of telling the story as they see it. That's the way the business works. And during normal times, you're usually happy for the so-called good read that journalists provide. And in my case, over the course of my career, I got far more than my fair share of positive media coverage. But during a crisis, all bets are off. You and your organization will be portrayed in a light so negative you won't recognize yourselves. Don't hunker down. You may want to, but you can't. Along with disclosing the full extent of your problem, as we discussed in the previous assumption, you've got to stand up and define your position before someone else does. If you don't, your lack of visibility will be taken as an admission of guilt, the same way it looks to lay people, albeit not lawyers, when someone does not take the stand in his own defense. Now, not all organizational crises have a public face. A middle manager leaves and takes his team with him. The reorganization of a business or unit causes enormous upset and turmoil. A big customer defects with complaints about your service. A fired employee makes angry charges of discrimination by senior management. Even if the media has no interest in these events, your people will. The same principles still apply. Openly discuss the situation. Define your position. Explain why the problem happened and how you are handling it. And just as with big public crises, don't ever forget you have a business to run. Make sure you are running it. Assumption 4. There will be changes in processes and people. Almost no crisis ends without blood on the floor. Most crises officially end with a settlement of some kind, financial, legal, or otherwise. Then comes the cleanup, and the cleanups mean change. Processes usually get overhauled first. With the time card situation, for instance, we instituted Policy 20.11, which formalized all dealings with the government. The policy was excruciatingly detailed, requiring us to cross every T and dot every I. Now, I am no fan of bureaucracy, but the time card situation in this case demanded just such a process fix. Sometimes, however, process fixes are not enough. We had a policy about improper payments on our books for more than 30 years, Policy 20.4 to be exact, that was supposed to prevent bribery. But it didn't help us back in 1990 when a regional sales manager from Aircraft Engine conspired with a general in the Israeli Air Force to divert money from major contracts for GE to supply engines for Israeli F-16 warplanes. This was no small potatoes operation. The two men had set up a joint Swiss bank account and a fake contractor in New Jersey to cover their tracks. The media coverage around the world lasted 19 months through congressional hearings and a criminal trial against the GE employee Herbert Steinler. At the end, he went to jail, and we paid the government a $69 million fine. In this case, the problem was not process, but people not enforcing an existing policy. No one in the business actually knew what Steinler was up to, and none of them gained a penny from the scheme, but some ignored warning signs that something was amiss. 11 people had to resign, 6 were demoted, and 4 were reprimanded. Crises require change. Sometimes the process fixes enough, usually not. That's because the people affected by the crisis, or sometimes those just watching it, demand that someone be held responsible. It sounds awful, but a crisis rarely ends without blood on the floor. That's not easy or pleasant, but sadly it's often necessary so the company can move forward again. Assumption 5. The organization will survive, ultimately stronger for what happened. There is not a crisis you cannot learn from, even though you hate every one of them. From the time card crisis, we learn when you deal with the government, there can be no looseness with regulations, even if it means installing lots of detailed bureaucratic procedures. That's the price you pay for doing business with public agencies. From the compressor situation, we learn to bite the bullet early on product recalls. Doing that cuts your losses and pays off in customer goodwill. From Kidder Peabody, we learn to never buy a company with a culture that doesn't match ours. From the bribery case, we learn that policies age and even die unless managers work constantly to keep them alive. After a crisis is over, there is always the tendency to want to put it away in a drawer. Don't. Use a crisis for all it's worth. Teach its lessons every chance you get. In doing so, you'll spread the immunity. Now, there will always be crises, and when they erupt, man, can it be bad. It really does feel like your house is on fire and you can't get out. As hard as it sounds, try to remember in the heat of it all that eventually the flames will die down. And they will die down because of what you do. You will face the enormity of the problem and you will own its solution, while at the same time running the business as if there is a tomorrow. Then one day you'll realize tomorrow has arrived. The smoke will have cleared and the damaged parts of the structure will have been replaced or repaired. You will never be happy for what happened, but stepping back, you'll see something that might surprise you. The whole place looks better than ever. Now for the third section of this book. It's entitled Your Competition. The first chapter in this section is a chapter on strategy, with the subtitle, It's All in the Sauce. More than a few times over the past 3 years, I've been on a speaking program or at a business conference with one big strategy guru or another. And more than a few times, I have listened to their presentations in disbelief. It's not that I don't understand their theories about competitive advantage, core competencies, virtual commerce, supply chain economics, disruptive innovation, and so on. It's just that the way these experts tend to talk about strategy, as if it's some kind of high-brain scientific methodology, feels really off to me. I know that strategy is a living, breathing, totally dynamic game. It's fun and fast, and it's alive. Forget the arduous, intellectualized number crunching and data grinding that gurus say you have to go through to get strategy right. Forget the scenario planning, year-long studies, and 100-plus page reports. They're time-consuming and expensive, and you just don't need them. In real life, strategy is actually very straightforward. You pick a general direction and implement like hell. Yes, theories can be interesting. Charts and graphs can be beautiful. And big fat stacks of PowerPoint slides can make you feel like you've done your job. But you just should not make strategy too complex. The more you think about it, and the more you grind down into the data and details, the more you tie yourself in knots about what to do. That's not strategy, that's suffering. Now, I don't want to write off strategy gurus. Some of their concepts have merits. But I do want to disagree with the scientific approach to strategy that they propagate. It is taught in many business schools, peddled by countless consulting firms, and practiced in far too many corporate headquarters. It's just so unproductive. If you want to win, when it comes to strategy, ponder less and do more. I'm certainly not alone in this view. In speaking with many thousands of business people around the world, I can count the number of strategy questions on one hand. Virtually every other topic, from managing a temperamental employee to the dollar's effect on trade, gets more interest by orders of magnitude. Obviously, everyone cares about strategy. You have to. But most managers I know see strategy as I do, an approximate course of action that you frequently revisit and redefine according to shifting market conditions. It is an iterative process and not nearly as theoretical or life and death as some would have you believe. Given this view, you may be wondering what I'm going to say in this chapter. The answer is nothing that's going to get me tenure. Instead, I'm going to describe how to do strategy in 3 steps. Over my career, this approach worked incredibly well across varied businesses and industries, in upturns and downturns, and in competitive situations from Mexico to Japan. Who knows? Maybe its simplicity was part of its success. The steps are, first, come up with a big aha for your business. A smart, realistic, relatively fast way to gain sustainable competitive advantage. I don't know any better way to come up with this big aha than by answering a set of questions I have long called the 5 slides, because each set fits roughly onto one page. This assessment process should take a group of informed people somewhere between a couple of days and a month. Second, put the right people in the right jobs to drive the big aha forward. This may sound generic. It's not. To drive your big aha forward, you need to match certain kinds of people with commodity businesses and a different type entirely with high value-added businesses. I don't like to pigeonhole, but the facts are you get a lot more bang for your buck when strategy and skills fit. Third, relentlessly seek out the best practices to achieve your big aha, whether inside or out. Adapt them and continually improve them. Strategy is unleashed when you have a learning organization where people thirst to do everything better every day. They draw on best practices from anywhere and push them to ever higher levels of effectiveness. You can have the best big aha in the world, but without this learning culture in place, any sustainable competitive advantage will not last. Strategy, then, is simply finding the big aha and setting a broad direction, putting the right people behind it, and then executing with an unyielding emphasis on continual improvement. I couldn't make it more complicated than that if I tried. So what is strategy? Before we look at each of the 3 steps in some detail, a few thoughts about strategy in general. At the time I retired from GE, the company employed more than 300,000 people in about 15 major businesses, from gas turbines to credit cards. It was a complex, wide-ranging company, but I always said I wanted it to operate with the speed, informality, and open communication of a corner store. Corner stores often have strategy right too. With their limited resources, they have to rely on a laser-like focus on doing one thing very well. In our Boston neighborhood, for instance, within a block of each other on Charles Street, 2 little shops have constantly ringing cash registers and a non-stop flow of satisfied customers. One is Upper Crust Pizza. Its space is cramped, completely unadorned and noisy, with self-service paper plates and a limited selection of soft drinks. Customers can eat either standing up or sitting at one large bench-like table. The staff isn't exactly rude, but they're non-committal. It's not unusual for your order, delivered at the cash register, to be greeted with a bland, "whatever." But the pizza is to die for. You could just faint describing the flavor of the sauce, and the crust puts you over the edge. Investment bankers, artists, and cops start lining up at 11 in the morning to see the slice of the day posted on the door, and around lunch and dinner, the line can run 20 deep. A fleet of delivery people work non-stop until closing. At Upper Crust, strategy is all about product. Then there's Gary Drug, about half the size of a New York subway car. A large, newly renovated, 24-hour CVS pharmacy is a short walk away. No matter. Gary Drug, with its single narrow aisle and shelves packed to the ceiling, is always busy. Its selection ranges from cold remedies to alarm clocks, with tweezers and pencil sharpeners mixed in. There is a personable pharmacist tucked in back, and a wide selection of European fashion magazines in a corner up front. Everything the store sells matches the mix of the neighborhood's quirky residents. Salespeople greet customers by name when they walk in, and happily give advice on everything from vitamins to foot massages. The store offers instant home delivery and a house charge account that bills you once a month. At Gary Drug, strategy is all about service. Look, what is strategy but resource allocation? When you strip away all the noise, that's what it comes down to. Strategy means making clear-cut choices about how to compete. You cannot be everything to everybody, no matter what the size of your business or how deep its pockets. Corner stores have learned that survival depends on finding a strategic position where no one can beat them. Big companies have the same challenge. When I became CEO in 1981, we launched a highly publicized initiative: be number 1 or number 2 in every market and fix, sell, or close to get there. This was not our strategy, although I've heard it described that way. It was a galvanizing mantra to describe how we were going to do business going forward. There would be no more hanging on to uncompetitive businesses for old time's sake. More than anything else, the number one or number two initiative was a communication tool to clean up our portfolio, and it really worked. Our strategy was much more directional. GE was going to move away from businesses that were being commoditized toward businesses that manufactured high-value technology products or sold services instead of things. As part of that move, we were going to massively upgrade our human resources, our people, with a relentless focus on training and development. We chose that strategy after getting hammered by the Japanese in the 1970s. They had rapidly commoditized businesses where we had had reasonable margins, like TV sets and room air conditioners. We ended up playing defense in a losing game. Our quality, cost, and service, the weapons of a commodity business, weren't good enough in the face of their innovation and declining prices. Every day at work was a kind of protracted agony. Despite our productivity improvements and increasing innovation, margins were eroding as competitors like Toshiba, Hitachi, and Matsushita were relentless. Meanwhile, overseeing GE Capital in the late 70s, I was shocked and certainly delighted to see how easy it was to make money in financial services, particularly with GE's balance sheet. There were no union factories, no foreign competition, and plenty of interesting, creative ways to offer customers differentiated products and services. I remember the excitement in that period, seeing our people develop new private label credit card programs and find niche after niche in middle market industrial financing. Fat margins weren't exactly low-hanging fruit, but close. By the time I was made CEO, I knew that GE had to get as far away as it could from any business that smelled like a commodity and get as close as possible to the other end of the spectrum. That's why we divested businesses like TV sets, small appliances, air conditioners, and a huge coal company, Utah International. It's also why we invested so heavily in GE Capital, bought RCA, which included NBC, and poured resources into developing high-technology products in our power, medical, aircraft engine, and locomotive businesses. Now, in such changing times, how and why did GE stick with one strategy over 20 years? The answer is that strategies, if they're headed in the right direction and are broad enough, don't really need to change all that often, especially if they are supplemented with fresh initiatives. To that end, over the years, we launched 4 programs to bolster our strategy: globalization, service add-ons, Six Sigma, and e-business. More than anything, though, our strategy lasted because it was based on 2 powerful underlying principles. Commoditization is evil, and people are everything. Virtually every resource allocation decision we made was based on those beliefs. Yes, some companies can win in commodity situations. Dell and Walmart are great examples of companies that have pulled the levers of cost, quality, and service to succeed in extremely competitive games. But man, is that tough. You just can't make any mistakes. My advice, then, is when you think strategy, think about decommoditizing. Try desperately to make products and services distinctive and customers stick to you like glue. Think about innovation, technology, internal processes, service add-ons, whatever works to be unique. Doing that right means you can even make a few mistakes and still succeed. Now that's enough theory. So how do you make strategy real? The first step is figuring out the big aha to gain sustainable competitive advantage. In other words, a significant, meaningful insight about how to win. To do that, you need to debate, grapple with, wallow in, and finally answer 5 sets of questions. Going into this exercise, I'll assume that you have a strategy to begin with, either written somewhere or in your head. That said, having a strategy doesn't mean it's working. The 5 slides we're going to look at here are a way to test your strategy, to see if it's getting you where you want to go, and figure out how to fix it if it's not, even to the point of changing it entirely. I strongly believe this questioning process should not be a wide-scale bottom-up event. While others may disagree, I know that strategy is the job of the CEO or the unit leader, along with his or her direct reports. If the culture is healthy, they can see the organization in all its various interdependent parts. They know its people, as well as its sources of ideas and innovation, and can best determine where the most exciting opportunities lie. Moreover, they are the ones who will ultimately commit the resources the strategy requires. They get the plaudits if the strategy succeeds and hold the bag if it fails. If you have a good team, candid, insightful, passionate about the business, and willing to disagree, completing this exercise should be fun and energizing. With intensity, it should take somewhere between a couple of days and a month. After that, it's time to act. Slide 1 lays out what the playing field looks like now. Who are the competitors in this business? Large and small, new and old. Who has what share, globally and in each market? Where do we fit in? What are the characteristics of this business? Is it commodity or high value or somewhere in between? Is it long cycle or short? Where is it on the growth curve? What are the drivers of profitability? What are the strengths and weaknesses of each competitor? How good are their products? How much does each one spend on R&D? How big is each sales force? How performance-driven is each culture? Who are the business's main customers, and how do they buy? Over the years, I've been amazed at how much debate this simple grounding exercise can spawn. In fact, it's not unusual for people who share the same office space to have widely different views of the same competitive environment. Many people have a terrible time admitting their business is a true commodity. No matter how hard we tried, it was next to impossible to get people in our motors business, for instance, to accept this reality. And I have sat through countless meetings where this set of questions has surfaced that discomfort and generated enormous heat about the level of resources to commit to R&D and marketing in an attempt to make the product more unique. Another of the many important issues this slide surfaces is market size. Too often people like to call themselves the market leader, so they end up limiting the scope of their playing field to make that happen. In our case, the number 1 and number 2 mantra inadvertently had that exact effect. After more than a decade, we realized that businesses were increasingly tightening their overall market definition, so their shares were enormous. We fixed that by saying that businesses had to define their market in such a way that their share of any market could not be more than 10%. With that restriction, people were forced into a whole new mindset, and opportunities for growth were suddenly everywhere. On the road in Q&A sessions, this is how I talk about the market definition dynamic. Since I'm usually sitting in a chair, I ask audience members to imagine they are a chair manufacturer. They can define their market as the kind of chair I'm usually in, with curved metal arms, blue fabric, and wheels. Or they can define it as all chairs. Best yet, they can define their market as all furniture. Imagine the share differences and the implications for strategy. This kind of discussion is why this slide really deserves to be wallowed in. A rich, wide-ranging conversation puts everyone on the same page, just where they have to be to ultimately find the big aha. Slide 2, what the competition's been up to. What has each competitor done in the past year to change the playing field? Has anyone introduced game-changing new products, new technologies, or a new distribution channel? Are there any new entrants? And what have they been up to in the past year? This set of questions brings the players on the field to life. Competitor A has been stealing your key salespeople. Competitor B has introduced 2 new products. Competitors C and D have merged and are having all kinds of integration difficulties. Some of this information may have surfaced during the wallowing of the first question set, but now it's time to dig deeper into each competitor's behavior. Be granular. Almost know what each competitor eats for breakfast. Slide 3 lays out what you've been up to in the last year. What you've done to change the competitive playing field. Have you bought a company, introduced a new product, stolen a competitor's key salesperson, or licensed a new technology from a startup? Have you lost any competitive advantages that you once had? A great salesperson, a special product, a proprietary technology? The best thing about this slide is that it hits you between the eyes if you're being outflanked. Very simply, the comparison of slides 2 and 3 tells you if you are leading the market or chasing it. Sometimes these 2 slides show you that your competitors are doing a whole heck of a lot more than you are. You'd better find out why. Other times, the comparison of these 2 slides paints a vivid picture of your business's competitive dynamics. Case in point is what happened in our medical business in 1976. The British company EMI had invented the CT scanner in the early 70s, forcing the traditional X-ray manufacturers, Siemens, Philips, Picker, and us, into an intense equipment war. Soon enough, all of us were coming out with million-dollar machines 6 months apart, each claiming to be 30 seconds faster in scan time than the last entry. No one was particularly happy with this situation. The CT competitors were in a slugfest, and our customers, the hospitals, were frustrated that they had to make big capital outlays for technology that could be outdated within a year. Seeing that dynamic, Walt Robb, the head of our medical business, and his team came up with a breakthrough idea. GE would allocate its resources to design scanners that could be continually upgraded with hardware or software that would cost less than $100,000 a year. We would sell our machines by saying, buy a CT scanner from our Continuum series, and our upgrades will keep you from becoming obsolete for a fraction of the price of new equipment. The Continuum concept changed the playing field. It made us number one and has kept us there for 25 years. The main point here is that slides 2 and 3 work as a pair. They take anything static out of strategy and get you ready for the questions that come next. And slide 4 looks right at that. What scares you most in the year ahead? And what 1 or 2 things could a competitor do to nail you? What new products or technologies could your competitors launch that might change the game? What M&A deals would knock you off your feet? This set of questions is without doubt the one that most people miss. They just don't give it the paranoia it deserves. Most people answering this set of questions underestimate the power and capabilities of their competitors. Too often, the assumption going in is that competitors will always look the way they do in slide 1. They'll never change. Take the case of aircraft engines in the 1990s, when our engineers believed they had designed the perfect engine for the Boeing 777, the GE90. We spent more than $1 billion to get more than 90,000 pounds of thrust out of a brand new design, based on the assumption that Pratt & Whitney could not afford to launch a new engine and would be unable to extend their existing engines to that level. We were wrong. Pratt & Whitney, with only $200 million in development, did get 90,000 pounds of thrust out of their existing engines. Because their costs were less, we had to sell the GE90 at lower prices than we planned. We had underestimated the competition because we thought we had all the technical answers. The story had a lucky ending. Several years later, Boeing developed a long-range version of the 777. It required 115,000 pounds of thrust, which the GE90 could meet, since it was a new design and could be expanded. We ended up being chosen by Boeing as their sole source, but because of our early miscalculation, we suffered through a few painful, less profitable years. Getting the strategy right means you have to assume your competitors are damn good, or at the very least, as good as you are, and that they are moving just as fast or faster. When it comes to peering into the future, you just can't be paranoid enough. Slide 5 asks you, what's your winning move? What can you do to change the playing field? Is it an acquisition, a new product, globalization? What can you do to make customers stick to you more than ever before, and more than to anyone else? This is the moment to leap from analysis to action. You decide to launch the new product, make the acquisition, double the sales force, or invest in major new capacity. In reality, this is when Walt Robb and his team made the decision to allocate major resources to the Continuum series, the strategic move that would keep GE's medical customers sticky for decades. By the time you have finished this set of questions, the effectiveness of your strategy should be pretty clear. Your big aha is winning, or it needs to change. Even if you didn't have a strategy before, this process should help you get one. But either way, you've only just begun. Here's a familiar scene. Managers meet for months on end in intensive sessions about the company's competitive situation and direction. Committees and subcommittees are formed. Surveys are conducted. Sometimes consultants are brought in. And then at last, and with tons of fanfare, the company's leaders announce a new strategy, which just sits there. Any strategy, no matter how smart, is dead on arrival unless a company brings it to life with people, the right people. Forget speeches, they're just hot air. The organization knows who's important. Only if those important people are assigned to lead a new strategy will it take off. Consider what happened in power systems when our push toward product services first got announced. Immediately, all the engineers wanted to know what the heck was going on. After all, they had joined GE because they wanted to build the biggest, highest powered, most environmentally sensitive turbines. Suddenly, they were being told that the people who serviced their masterpieces were going to be the stars of their show. Didn't service people, they thought, carry oil cans? Although the engineers heard the speeches, they didn't take them seriously, which was easy enough, since services were buried in the existing organization. What did we do? We eventually took Rick Artigas, a PhD, and the engineering leader in locomotives, and put him in charge of a new and separate profit and loss business devoted to power systems services. It was a real signal. Rick was a well-respected player. With his new stature, he had no trouble recruiting the best engineers in power systems who were needed to design sophisticated software packages for turbine upgrades. The service strategy was underway. In 2005, Rick's operating profit of close to $2.5 billion will be about equal to revenues when he took over in 1997. Getting strategy right also means matching people with jobs, a match that often depends on where a business is on the commodity continuum. It goes without saying that you cannot pigeonhole. Good people are too multifaceted. That said, I would still make the case that due to their skills and personalities, some people work more effectively in commodities and others are better in highly differentiated products or services. Let's look at the motors business as an example. It's about as commoditized as you'll ever find. Several good companies make the product, and all have good service, quality, and cost. The right people for this business are hard-driving, meticulous, and detail-oriented. They are not dreamers. They're hand-to-hand combat fighters. Lloyd Trotter is the perfect example. Lloyd joined GE in 1970 as a field service engineer in its high-intensity quartz lighting department. And for 30 years after that, his career was factories, factories, and more factories. He was a foreman, a production manager, and plant supervisor in lighting, appliances, and virtually every electrical distribution and control business we had. By the time Lloyd was made CEO of Electrical Distribution and Control in 1992, he could tell you from the parking lot whether or not a factory was humming. 2 steps closer, and he could tell you what it could do better. Of course, Lloyd liked thinking about strategy, but he liked implementing it more. He was in his element with people who sweated the nitty-gritty details like he did, talking about ways to squeeze efficiencies out of every process. He was a master of discipline, and that's what made him exactly the right kind of leader to drive our commodities businesses. At the other end of the spectrum, it's generally a different kind of person who thrives. Not better or worse, just different. Take jet engines. Each engine is a unique, high-tech engineering miracle that requires about $1 billion of investment to develop. The product life cycle is measured in years, and the customers are tough. The airlines themselves, perennially strapped for money, and the powerful airframers, Boeing and Airbus. For many years, the jet engine business had its own distinct culture of romance. The people who gravitated toward it weren't your usual business types. They were in love with the very idea of flying and the wonder of airplanes. Brian Rowe was perfect for such an environment. Brian started his career as an apprentice with de Havilland Engines in England before joining GE as a factory floor engineer in 1957. After stints in virtually every possible jet engine design project, he was named head of GE's aircraft engine business in 1979. Brian was a huge, gregarious guy, outspoken, opinionated, and visionary. He loved airplanes so much he would have worn goggles and a scarf to work if he could have. Unlike Lloyd, Brian pretty much hated the nuts and bolts of management, and discussions of operating margins and cash flow bored him. But did he ever have the guts and the vision to place the big bets, laying $1 billion on a single investment that would take years to pay off? Likewise, Brian's personality made him a great salesman with customers who shared his enthusiasm for every new technological advance. Lloyd and Brian were both a case of perfect fit, right for their jobs, right for the business situation, right for the strategy. You won't always get that lucky, and strategy can get implemented without an ideal match. But you are much better off with one. Finally, the last element in a good strategy is being able to utilize best practices from anywhere. I've heard it said that best practices aren't a sustainable competitive advantage because they are so easy to copy. That's nonsense. It is true that once a best practice is out there, everybody can imitate it. But companies that win do two things. They imitate and improve. Admittedly, imitating is hard enough. I remember a software company executive at one Q&A session lamenting, My people don't copy very well. They just don't want to. They like the way they do it. This reluctance to imitate is a common phenomenon. Maybe again, it's just human nature. But to make your strategy succeed, you need to fix that mindset and go a lot further. In fact, the third step of strategy is all about finding best practices, adapting them, and continually improving them. When you do that right, it's nothing short of innovation. New product and service ideas, new processes, and opportunities for growth start to pop out everywhere and actually become the norm. Along with getting the right people in place, best practices are all part of implementing the hell out of your big aha. And to my mind, it's the most fun. It's fun because companies that make best practices a priority are thriving, thirsting, learning organizations. They believe that everyone should always be searching for a better way. These kinds of companies are filled with energy and curiosity and a spirit of can-do. Don't tell me that's not a competitive advantage. Back in the old days, after World War II and before global competition, most industrial companies, GE included, were stuck in a not invented here, NIH mindset. The focus was on their own inventors, with plaques and bonuses reserved for the people who came up with and implemented original ideas. Once the 80s arrived, we had no choice but to radically broaden the NIH mindset. And we did so by celebrating people who not only invented things, but found great ideas anywhere and shared them with everyone in the company. We came to call this behavior boundarylessness. This awkward word basically described an obsession with finding a better way or a better idea, whether its source was a colleague, another GE business, or another company across the street or on the other side of the globe. The impact of boundaryless thinking on our strategy implementation was enormous. Here's one example. GE was always trying to improve its working capital usage. We were always using too much, and increasing our inventory turns would help. But try as we might, with all sorts of programs and tweaks, we just couldn't seem to get our annual turns above 4. In September 1994, Manny Camporis was scheduled to speak at a dinner for the top 30 leaders in our company. At the time, Manny was the chairman and CEO of American Standard, the global plumbing and air conditioning supply company, and one of the largest customers of our motor business. You couldn't help but notice that Manny wore a lapel pin emblazoned with the number 15 at its center, and soon enough we all knew why. For most of his talk that night, Manny regaled us with stories of how they had drastically improved inventory turns at American Standard, a company that produced a broad and varied mix of porcelain toilet bowls and sinks in factories in just about every corner of the world. Manny and American Standard were obsessed with inventory turns. The reason was simple. The company had recently gone through a leveraged buyout, and cash flow was king. Our team was awestruck. You could hear people thinking, if American Standard can improve inventory turns with its product mix and complicated manufacturing processes, why can't we? Before Manny could finish his talk, our business leaders were peppering him with question after question. But that was just the beginning. What followed was an avalanche of GE people visiting American Standard facilities, meeting with foremen and factory managers, all of them wearing lapel pins like Manny's. There was the occasional black sheep with a 10, but many more plant managers who wore pins boasting of 20 or 25 turns. We crawled all over their plants and picked their brains. They were happy to help. One thing I have learned from boundarylessness over the years is that companies and their people, if they're not direct competitors, of course, love to share success stories. All you have to do is ask. The GE people who visited American Standard put what they had learned into practice in their own businesses. Over the next several years, these businesses adapted many of American Standard's processes to GE and continually innovated and shared with each other. It worked. By 2000, GE's inventory turns had more than doubled, freeing up billions of dollars of cash. Over the years, GE borrowed great ideas with visits to Walmart and Toyota and dozens of other companies. We also borrowed ideas from one another. At our quarterly meetings of business leaders, we asked attendees to present their best practice that others could use. If a leader tried to present a practice that wasn't applicable to the other businesses, we would give him the hook. It was in that way that the Junior Military Officer Recruiting Program, which started in transportation and spread to every corner of the company, and internet selling techniques that helped plastics reach its customers, made their way to medical systems and beyond. The list of these best practice transfers goes on and on. And it's hardly exclusive to GE. Yum Brands, Inc. is a case in point. Yum is a 1997 spin-off from Pepsi Company, composed of 5 consumer restaurant brands: Kentucky Fried Chicken, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, Long John Silver's, and A&W All-American Food, with more than 33,000 total outlets. Yum's bright and energetic CEO, David Novak, is an enormous believer in best practice transfer and considers each outlet an individual laboratory of ideas. David told me recently that he considered the major advantage to bulking up, in other words, adding chains and outlets, is to share learning. Otherwise, he said, size is just a drag. Here's what he means. A couple years ago, Taco Bell was ranked 15th in service for drive-in restaurants, with customer service time of 240 seconds, or 4 minutes per order. The chain introduced a new process, and within 2 years, managed to bring that down to 148 seconds, making it number 2 in the drive-through industry. Immediately, the Taco Bell practice was transferred to KFC, and last year, its customer service time moved from 10th to 8th, 211 seconds to 180 seconds, a full half-minute improvement. I could tell you many other stories about how Yum's laboratories have spawned new processes and how they have spread to improve all of its businesses. However, to make a long story short, I'll just give you the results. Even with the tough economy, in the 7 years since its spin-offs, Yum's market capitalization has jumped from $4.2 billion to $13.5 billion, mainly because of ideas being shared and stretched. A focus on best practices may not sound like strategy, but try implementing strategy without it. Best practices are not only integral to making strategy happen, they are a sustainable competitive advantage if you continually improve them, with if being the key word here. That's not just a mindset, it's got to be a religion. The other evening, we were eating at Torch, a wonderful little restaurant one door down from Upper Crust Pizza. And from our seats in the window, we could see its delivery people on bikes, in cars, and on foot, zipping back and forth in non-stop motion. We started to play with the economics of the place, using rough numbers. But even with the most conservative estimates, we could only conclude that Upper Crust is very, very profitable. You've got to believe that the people running Upper Crust have never held a strategy review session, let alone work through 5 slides to reach a big aha. Their big aha is all in the sauce. Look, I don't want to oversimplify strategy, but you just shouldn't agonize over it. Find the right aha and set the direction. Put the right people in place and work like crazy to execute better than everyone else, finding best practices and improving them every day. You may not run a corner store, but when you're making strategy, act like you do. Let's go now to the second chapter in the Your Competition section of this book, budgeting, or as I call it, the ritual. Not to beat around the bush, but the budgeting process at most companies has to be the most ineffective practice in management. It sucks the energy, time, fun, and big dreams out of an organization. It hides opportunity and stunts growth. It brings out the most unproductive behaviors in an organization, from sandbagging to settling for mediocrity. In fact, when companies win, in most cases, it is despite their budgets, not because of them. And yet, as with strategy formulation, companies sink countless hours into writing budgets. What a waste. I'm not saying financial planning is bad. Without question, you have to have a way to keep track of the numbers, just not the way it's usually done. In this chapter, I'm going to talk about a totally different approach to budgeting. It aligns employees with share owners, puts growth, energy, and fun into financial planning, and inspires people to stretch. In fact, this approach is so unlike the typical budget process that when we started using it at GE, we stopped using the word budget altogether. But more on that later. The good news is that the process I recommend is not very hard to do. It is certainly no harder than the slogging, mind-numbing budgeting process that is the status quo. But this new process can be practiced only if a company has trust and candor flowing through its veins. As I've mentioned throughout this book, that's rare. But perhaps budgets that actually inspire creativity and growth will make the case for that to change. Most companies use budgeting as the backbone of their management system. And so the right budgeting process can actually change how a company functions. And reinventing the annual ritual makes winning so much easier. You just can't afford not to try. Before describing how to devise budgets the right way, let's look at the two killing dynamics that are the norm. I call them the negotiated settlement and the phony smile approaches to budgeting. These dynamics, incidentally, aren't only the purview of big corporate bureaucracies. No matter what size company you work in, one of these two approaches, maybe both, will probably sound very familiar to you. In my Q&A sessions around the world, I've heard about them in virtually every country and in companies with as few as a couple hundred employees, even in organizations that call themselves entrepreneurial. Bad budgeting is just that insidious. It creeps in everywhere and establishes itself as an institutionalized process. It's amazing how many times I have heard audience members decry entrenched budgeting systems, only for them to wearily conclude, but that's just the way it's done. It just doesn't have to be. But first you have to undo those killing dynamics I just mentioned. Of these killing dynamics, the negotiated settlement is the most common. This process begins when the ink is barely dry on the strategic plan. That's when the businesses in the field start the long slog of constructing the next year's highly detailed financial plans from the bottom up. These will be presented in several months' time at the big budget meeting with headquarters. The numbers cover everything, from costs to pricing assumptions. In all their assumptions, the people in the field are operating with one simple goal, albeit unstated, to minimize their risk and maximize their bonus. In other words, their underlying galvanizing mission is to come up with targets that they absolutely, positively think they can hit. Why? Because in most companies, people are rewarded for hitting budget. Missing your budget gets you a stick in the eye or worse. So of course people want to keep their budget numbers as low as possible. No wonder their budgets are filled with layer after layer of conservatism. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, senior managers are also preparing for the big budget meeting. Their agenda, however, is the exact opposite of the field. They're rewarded for increased earnings. And so what they want from the budget review at every business is significant growth in sales and profits. Now fast forward to the big budget meeting itself. The two sides meet in a windowless room with a whole day set aside for what everyone knows will be an unpleasant wrestling match. The field makes its presentation with a fat deck of PowerPoint slides, and the story is invariably dire. Despite reports of a pretty good economy, there are reasons to believe this particular business environment is going to be very difficult. They'll say the competition has just brought a new plant online, and with its excess supply, there'll be enormous pricing pressure. Later in the meeting, you get raw material costs and inflation pressures are severe. In order to meet these challenges, we need new cost reduction programs that require $10 million in additional resources. The final pronouncement from the business managers usually goes something like this. To be optimistic, very optimistic, earnings will likely grow only 6%. Headquarters, needless to say, has its own view of the situation, and it is decidedly not dire. The economy is strong. GDP is estimated to rise steadily all year. Orders are up everywhere else in the company. The main competition has a big asbestos lawsuit against it that will distract management. The business can get the cost reduction with $5 million in new programs, and earnings should grow 12%. You know what goes on during this marathon. The grumbling and groaning, the probing and data quoting, the back and forth again. On occasion, it can get contentious, especially if a senior person has worked with the business earlier in his career. He'll throw out anecdotes about how they used to do it in the old days and accuse the field of lowballing. I know where you're hiding it. I used to park reserves in there too, he might insist. Now give it up. The grappling concludes, finally and inevitably, when the sides split the difference. The field gets $7.5 million in resources and a budget with a commitment for 9% earnings growth. Before the field packs up to leave, everyone somberly shakes hands. The mood is resigned. For all involved, the unspoken vibe in the room is, we didn't get what we wanted or what was right. The pall lasts right up to the moment the field team pulls out of the driveway. Then the high-fiving begins. Those stiffs want us to deliver 12%, and we only have to hand them 9%, the people in the field exclaim. Thank God we dodged that bullet. The headquarters team is also feeling pretty good about themselves. Those sandbaggers only wanted to give us 6%, they crow. Did you see where they were hiding earnings? We let them off with 9%. They'll deliver that and probably more. But with their 9% and what we've got from the other businesses, we'll have enough. Soon thereafter, the negotiated settlement gets officially approved, and the field and headquarters make their peace over its targets. They tell each other, well, we can live with the numbers this year. We guess they're okay. When the end of the year rolls around, the awful ritual completes itself. Most often, the field hits or beats their targets and gets their bonuses. And of course, headquarters congratulates them. Job well done. Everyone is happy, but they shouldn't be. In this minimalization exercise, there has been little or no discussion about what could have been. The second budgeting dynamic that saps value is what I call the phony smile. Again, people in the field spend a couple of weeks coming up with a detailed budget plan. Compared to the negotiated settlement approach to budgeting, the sadder part of this dynamic is that often the phony smile plans are filled with good ideas and exciting opportunities. The people in the field have bold dreams about what they can do, make an acquisition, for example, or develop new products given the right amount of investment. They're eager to expand their business's horizons, but they need help from the mothership. To make their case, the managers in the field prepare the usual stacks of slides. Since retiring from GE, I've seen presentations with as many as 150 pages. Every competitive angle is covered, and usually overly so. Typically, these presentations are evidence of painstaking labor, wrought with angst over minutiae, and born of long nights of building spreadsheets that contain precision to the last dollar. It's likely that nobody actually enjoys putting together these slide packs, but when they're done, along with exhaustion, the team understandably feels an enormous sense of pride and ownership. On the anointed day, the team, led by a leader we'll call Sarah, travels to headquarters. And there, again in a darkened room, they present their case, slide by slide, to the senior group. When the show is over, the lights come up, and for a few minutes the managers and the field engage in a rather pleasant chit-chat. It goes like this. I see you expect Acme Corporation to build another plant. That's very interesting. They almost went bankrupt in '88, one senior manager musters the energy to say. Well, they were bought 2 years ago, and they've come back strong, Sarah quickly answers. Very interesting, comes the vague reply from a headquarters heavy. And I see you're expecting the cost of natural gas to hold steady for the first 6 months, another headquarters person might offer up as evidence he was listening. Absolutely, Sarah responds. We don't see any change in that pricing. Interesting. Yes, interesting. Finally, after a few more perfunctory exchanges, it's over. The top team smiles brightly and says, Nice job. Thanks for coming in. Have a safe trip home. And pretty convinced they did okay, the field people smile back brightly and go away. Then there's the meeting after the meeting. That's when the members of the top team sit around talking about how much they're really going to get from this business. The reality is, headquarters already knows how they are allocating the company's investment dollars, and they know exactly what revenue and earnings numbers they expect in return from each business. Those decisions, they believe, belong at headquarters, where managers can see the whole picture, pick priorities, and divvy up goods appropriately. A few days later, Sarah gets a call from a lower-level staff person at headquarters, telling her that her business will get about 50% of what was asked for at the Phony Smile meeting, and the earnings budget number will be 20% higher than the one they submitted. What a kick in the stomach. Instantly, Sarah is enraged for a slew of reasons at once. Headquarters just didn't listen. All that work for nothing. No one explains anything around here. And worst of all, now there won't be enough money for all the things we should be doing. The next day, Sarah goes back to her people for their meeting after the meeting. Together they all rail against the injustice and mystery of the corporate edict. And then, without meaning to, Sarah makes matters worse. To appease her team, she takes the money from corporate, now much less than they had asked for, and she evenly parcels it out. A bit to manufacturing, a bit to marketing, a bit to sales, and so on. Of course, Sarah would be smarter to place her bets on 1 or 2 programs, but that rarely happens in these situations. People stuck in the phony smile budget game get bitter. Too often, They lose their sense of commitment to the company and forget how excited they were about their original proposals. They just take the money from corporate and spread it like crumbs. My argument here is not with the senior team allocating resources. That's their job because they have a strong, informed understanding of what each business can realistically deliver. The trouble arises when headquarters is secretive about the process, when they don't explain the rationale behind their decisions. But like the negotiated settlement dynamic, the phony smile usually concludes with everyone shrugging off the whole innovating event. It's just business, right? And next year, they start it all over again. Now you may be wondering, if companies manage to hit their numbers and pay bonuses with either the negotiated settlement or phony smile approaches to budgeting, as flawed as they are, why mess with them? At least they deliver. The problem is, they often deliver only a fraction of what they could, and they take all the fun out of setting financial goals. Yes, this annual event can be fun, and it should be. Imagine a system of budgeting where both the field and headquarters have a shared goal: to use the budgeting process to ferret out every possible opportunity for growth, identify real obstacles in the environment, and come up with a plan for stretching dreams to the sky. Imagine a system of budgeting that is not internally focused and based on hitting fabricated targets, but one that throws open the shutters and looks outside. The budget system that I'm talking about is linked to the strategic planning process described in the last chapter, in that it is focused on two questions. One, how can we beat last year's performance? And two, what is our competition doing and how can we beat them? If you focus on these two questions, the budgeting process becomes a wide-ranging, anything-goes dialogue between the field and headquarters about opportunities and obstacles in the real world. Through these discussions, both sides of the table jointly come up with a growth scenario that is not negotiated or imposed and cannot really be called a budget at all. It is an operating plan for the next year, filled with aspiration, primarily directional, and containing numbers that are mutually understood to be targets, or put another way, numbers that could be called best efforts. Unlike a conventional budget with its numbers cast in concrete, an operating plan can change as conditions change. A division of business can have 2 or 3 operating plans over the course of a year, adjusted as needed through realistic dialogue about business challenges. Such flexibility frees an organization from the shackles of a budget document that has become irrelevant or even downright dead because of changing market circumstances. At this point, you might be thinking, yeah, this approach sounds great, but what about my bonus? That's a good question. In fact, it's the key question. And the answer is that this operating plan process can only occur under one condition. Compensation for individuals and businesses is not linked to performance against budget. It is linked primarily to performance against the prior year and against the competition, and takes real strategic opportunities and obstacles into account. For many companies, this condition would involve a radical change. People have been trained for years and years to hit their budget numbers no matter what, and managers have rigidly rewarded those who did and punished those who didn't, no matter what. That was the company I grew up in for 20 years, and largely the company that I inherited when I became CEO. Over the years, I was at the receiving end of plenty of phony smile meetings and participated in dozens, if not hundreds, of negotiated settlement meetings on both sides of the table. But as GE's culture became more infused with candor, transforming its budgeting process became more realistic. Eventually, we were able to move our businesses away from budgets with rock-hard targets and toward operating plans filled with stretch goals. That transformation took time, several years at least. Along the way, I promoted the change as often as I could. In 1995, for instance, appliances was having a brutal go of it. Competitors were churning out high-quality products at very low prices, and our team was struggling like crazy to catch up. They were innovating with several new product introductions of their own and improving manufacturing processes, getting more productive by the day. Still, at the end of the year, their earnings were 10% below internal expectations and about flat with the previous year. At the same time, plastics was having a great year. Their market took off, and shortages of material quickly developed, making it a seller's market when it came to pricing. Their earnings jumped 25%, about 10 points higher than the operating plan called for. Back in the old budgeting days, plastics would have gotten the big bonuses, and appliances would have gotten a lump of coal. But with the new approach, both businesses got increased payouts that were about equal in amount. At our annual management meeting that year, with 500 of the company's top people, I went out of my way to make this story widely known. In fact, I made a point of telling it in my keynote speech to the group. Yes, I said, appliances earnings were below plan and showed no rise over the previous year. But the business's performance in a brutal environment was really impressive compared to its closest competitors, Whirlpool and Maytag, who had done worse than we had. As for plastics, yes, their earnings had beaten the plan, but it had been a layup. We cared more that one of their competitors had earnings growth of 30% and another had a 35% rise. We could have done better, and we didn't. In fact, we hadn't been aggressive enough on price. A mistake, pure and simple. You might expect that people in plastics resented the bonuses paid out to appliances, or that they wanted and expected more from headquarters for their results. But by that time, the reinvented approach to budgeting had permeated the organization. People understood how it worked and how it made all of us better by looking outside the company to judge our performance. After all, what good is beating targets you set in a windowless room? The real world has its own numbers, and they're all that matters. As I said, it took years for this approach to financial planning to take hold at GE, but I know a case where it was up and running within 2, and in China to boot, where modern management techniques, in general, are just taking hold. It happened at 3M, the industrial conglomerate which has been doing business in China for some 20 years. To an outside observer, 3M's track record in China has always been solid. In fact, when Jim McNerney became CEO in January 2001, the company's Chinese businesses were posting 15% annual growth, about 3 times the company's average. For years at budget time, the Chinese team had been congratulated for this level of performance and sent on its way. But after his years of experience with the impact of stretch goals and operating plans at GE, where his last job was CEO of aircraft engines, Jim decided to transform budgeting at 3M, including its foreign operations. His first step, however, was not to install the stretch approach. You can't go to stretch directly, he told me recently. You have to get a culture of accountability first. In other words, people have to mean what they say, deliver their operational and strategic commitments, and take responsibility if that doesn't happen. In the past, 3M had something of the negotiated settlement approach to budgeting, but with an added twist of benign neglect. The company called budgets improvement plans, which, as Jim notes, had little commitment attached to them. Headquarters and each business unit would come up with agreed-upon numbers during the budgeting ritual, and then amicably part ways until the same event the next year. In the meantime, goals would routinely be missed, and people at headquarters might have gotten angry, but nothing happened. Over the past 4 years, as Jim and his team have changed the 3M culture, the improvement plan approach to budgeting has all but ended. There is new candor and trust and accountability throughout the organization, enough, in fact, that Jim felt it was possible to introduce the stretch approach. One of its earliest believers was Kenneth Yu, managing director of 3M China and a 3M employee for more than 30 years, first in Hong Kong, then in Taiwan, and now in Shanghai. In his early 50s, and a veteran of good results under the old budgeting system, Kenneth was an unlikely candidate to embrace such a major change, but he had, as Jim describes it, a total reawakening as to how business could be done. Once Kenneth realized that the stretch approach had a safety net, he really bought into the idea that stretching, even without getting there, could be a whole lot better than the old game, Jim recalls. Rather than come to Jim with the usual conservative growth plan and then beating it, Kenneth presented an operating plan to catapult the China operations to 40% annual growth. It involved bold, wide-open thinking about possibilities. For 2002, Kenneth proposed increasing 3M's R&D investment in China in order to introduce many local product adaptations and promoted new plant investment to support rapid growth. In 3 years, 3M's business in Greater China has grown from $520 million to $1.3 billion, with ambitious plans for the future. This does not mean, of course, the stretch has totally taken hold at 3M. Jim says people are still getting used to the change, but they have definitely come to see that the company now celebrates and rewards people who think big. Today, budgeting at 3M is not about delivering good enough plans and beating them. It's about having the courage and zeal to reach for what can be done. Doesn't that sound like more fun than budgeting? And it works better, too. Before we finish up this chapter, I just want to make sure that I'm not making this change sound too easy. Experience has shown me that while most people take to reinvented budgeting with enthusiasm, there are always a few diehards who do not, and with their actions try to undermine it. Usually, these people are too steeped in tradition to let go of the old link between targets and bonuses. Sometimes they're just jerks, but for whatever reason, I would be a Pollyanna if I did not acknowledge that these types of managers haunt every company that switches over to the stretch approach. At GE, we never found or converted them all, but we never stopped trying. Here's the modus operandi of these types. At the outset of the financial planning cycle, they appear to heartily buy into the new program and ask their people for big stretch goals. Then, without openly admitting it, they take the team's stretch goal and use it as a commitment number, an old-fashioned budget target. When the end of the year rolls around, these managers take terrible advantage of their people. They identify the stretch number as the target, and they nail the team for not hitting it. This behavior stinks, and it sets the whole process back by demonstrating to the people in the trenches that they can't trust it. Next time when they're asked to dream, you can be sure their dreams will be very small. Part of the transformation process to a non-budgeting company is to find the managers who pull this bait and switch. Call them on it and take whatever action you need to make sure it doesn't happen again. When I talk to business audiences about the right way to budget, regardless of industry or country, I often get the same question. The budgeting process in my company is too entrenched to change the way you describe. What can I do? My answer is not to give up. It's too important. It may be awkward at first, but change begins when you start talking, and one conversation leads to another and then another. Everyone knows about the negotiated settlement and phony smile dynamics. They've lived them, and they know that they take the energy and reality out of budgeting. So when you bring them up, people may not know exactly how to deal with it, but they can't just walk away. The subject will resonate. The fact is, there is a way to approach budgeting that blows it up and puts something much better in its place. It's a system that can take a Chinese industrial business with modest annual growth and transform it into an enterprise growing 40+% a year. It can inspire people to keep innovating and becoming more productive every day, even when global competition seems insurmountable. It can take people who once sat across the table from one another during debates about nothing less than the company's direction and future and put them on the same side. Very simply, the right budget process can change the way companies compete. People usually groan when you mention budgeting. It's a necessary evil. It doesn't have to be. It shouldn't be. But the change to a better way has to start somewhere. How about with you? This is the third chapter in your competition sector. It's called Organic Growth, with the subtitle, So You Want to Start Something New. One of the most exhilarating things about being in business is starting something new from inside something old. Launching a new product line or service, for example, or moving into a new global market. Not only is it a blast, it is one of the most rewarding paths to growth. Another route to growth, of course, is through mergers and acquisitions, which we'll look at in the next chapter. Here we're going to talk about companies getting bigger organically. Now, starting something new from within an established company is easier said than done for one good reason. It requires managers to act against many of their perfectly reasonable instincts. Few typical corporate managers, for instance, have the burning desire to send their best people to start up a manufacturing facility halfway around the world, or to pour R&D dollars into a risky new technology. Nor do many have the urge to give new ventures, at home or abroad, a lot of leeway. But to give any new venture a fighting chance to succeed, you have to set it free, at least somewhat free. And you do need to spend more money on it and cheer louder and longer for it than may feel comfortable. Managing a $50,000 new product line in its first year is harder than managing a $500 million business in its 20th year. And going global is just as challenging. New businesses and new global ventures alike have few customers or routines. Neither has a handy roadmap to profitability. That's where they need special treatment. Too often, they don't get it. Over the years, I saw countless new businesses launched within GE and many expand globally. Recently, I've been involved with several companies in their quest to grow. And in Q&A sessions, I've heard people describe their difficulties in starting new ventures. It seems there are three common mistakes companies make in launching something new. First, they don't flood startup ventures with adequate resources, especially on the people front. Second, they make too little fanfare about the promise and importance of the new venture. In fact, instead of cheering about the potential of the new venture, they tend to hide it under a bushel. Third, they limit the new venture's autonomy. All of these mistakes are completely understandable. Starting a new venture, be it a new voice over IP device or a call center in India, means making a bet. Most people instinctively hedge their bets, even as they place them. The irony is that such hedging can doom a new venture to failure. When launching something new, you have to go for it. Playing not to lose can never be an option. Here are 3 guidelines for making organic growth a winning proposition. Not surprisingly, they are antidotes to the mistakes just listed. Guideline 1. Spend plenty up front and put the best, hungriest, and most passionate people in leadership roles. Companies tend to size their investments in new ventures according to the size of the venture's revenues or profits starting out. That's short-sighted, to be polite about it. Investments in R&D and marketing should be sized as if the venture is going to be a big winner, and people selection should be made with the same mindset. Speaking of people, companies have a habit of sending expendable bodies to run new ventures. The old manufacturing guy, whose children have grown and is looking for added adventures in the 2 years before retirement, is sent to a foreign location to start up a new plant. An okay but unexciting manager who's been quietly running another business is given a new product to launch. It's nuts. For a new business to succeed, it has to have the best people in charge, not the most available. In fact, leaders of new ventures have to have some of the garage entrepreneur in them. They need to have all 4 E's and plenty of P. One thing is for sure. New businesses with limited resources and good enough people stay small. I can think of 2 cases when we almost kill new ventures within GE by underspending on resources and people. PET, or PET, is a cancer-detecting imaging technology that was selling about $10 million in equipment in 1990 from within the huge medical systems business. And in 1992, we had a $50 million business making small jet engines. It was practically invisible compared to the multi-billion-dollar business we had in big commercial engines. Neither PET nor small jet engines got much in terms of time, attention, or investment from their divisions or headquarters, and they languished. Luckily for small jet engines, it had a vice president named Dennis Williams who believed in the business and somehow managed to keep it alive. But PET came into our gun sights only when we tried to sell it and no one would buy. Market conditions eventually brought us to our senses, and only then did we begin to invest heavily in both businesses. Today, they are both doing very well. PET is a $400 million business. Small jet engines has gotten an enormous boost from the growth in commuter airlines. Its sales are about $1.4 billion, and it is the fastest growing part of GE's commercial engine business. We got resource allocation a lot closer to right with China. Back in the early 90s, Asia for GE was mainly about Japan, where we had revenues of about $2 billion. But we knew that Asia was a lot more than Japan and that we had to get into China. So we took one of our best leaders and put him in charge. It was Jim McNerney, whom I mentioned in the previous chapter on budgeting. At that time, Jim was the CEO of GE's $4 billion industrial systems business in Plainville, Connecticut. He was in every way a big hitter. He had 25,000 people reporting to him in one of our mainstay businesses, a comfortable office, and a well-trained, hand-picked staff. Most people in the company believed that Jim had a very promising future with GE, and that his next step would be vice chairman at the very least. Instead, we put him in an office in Hong Kong with an assistant and a few employees. The impact was immediate. Jim was like the Pied Piper. As soon as headquarters raised the bar and sent someone to China who was widely acknowledged to be a star, all of our businesses started sending their best people too. Jim and his team launched GE businesses in China into the $4 billion operation they are today. He has since gone on to do a great job as CEO of 3M. Guideline 2. Make an exaggerated commotion about the potential and importance of the new venture. When we sent Jim McNerney to Asia, we didn't just send out a press release and let the news go at that. Instead, we made a hoopla about the event. I ranted and raved about Jim's appointment at every senior management meeting, and when I was in the field visiting businesses, I made sure everyone got the message that GE was going aggressively into China and that we had to send our best. Jim was the perfect role model for the point I was trying to convey. In the same way, when NBC launched the cable channels MSNBC and CNBC, I gave them an inordinate amount of attention in every public setting I could find. At NBC Business Reviews, for instance, I would focus much more intently on these cable presentations than on NBC's West Coast team promoting their new network comedy shows. I didn't ask questions about the stars appearing in NBC's next promising big hit. Instead, to demonstrate my support, I would ask the executives of MSNBC and CNBC, neither one of them posting any revenues to speak of, about subscriber growth and content. Startups need cheerleading, constant and loud. Cheerleading, however, isn't just about senior managers making noise. It's also about giving new ventures sponsorship. This may mean breaking old bureaucratic norms, but with the new venture, organizational visibility is critical. For instance, new ventures should report at least 2 levels higher than sales would justify. If possible, they should report directly to the CEO. At the very least, they should always have a special place on the CEO's priority list. Admittedly, there's one big problem with making a huge scene about a new venture: how dumb you look if it fails. You can end up looking very dumb. That is part of the gamble, and I'm not going to minimize it. It was widely reported how strongly I supported the XFL, the new extreme football league that NBC launched in 2000. As a business opportunity, I couldn't think of a thing wrong with it, and I said so over and over again. When the XFL failed after a painful 12-week season, losing $60 million for the company. The press had real fun with it, making me and Dick Ebersol, the XFL's other vocal supporter, the butt of plenty of jokes. Fortunately, the hammering ended relatively quickly. So what's the bottom line here? Even with the risk, go ahead and make a scene for new ventures. An exaggerated scene. You'll doom them if you don't. If the venture fails anyway, recognize your part. Don't point fingers. You believed, but it didn't work out. If the venture wins, relish the team's success. It will feel great. Guideline 3. Err on the side of freedom. Get off the new venture's back. This is a guideline that is not really a guideline, because when it comes to how much autonomy to give a new venture, there is no formula, only an iterative process. The main thing to remember is, throughout the process, give a new venture more freedom than you might like, not less. Finding the right balance between supporting, monitoring, and smothering a new venture is not unlike when you send your kid off to college. Now that he's on his own, you want nothing more than for him to take full responsibility for his life. You also don't want him to flunk out or carouse too heavily, and so you begin a game of give and take. At first you visit and call a lot. You frequently inquire about tests, new friends, and weekend activities. When everything seems to be running smoothly, you let out the rope. When the first C- comes home, you pull it in. When the next report card is all A's and B's, you let it out. When you get a call from the campus police because of an unfortunate drinking episode, you really crank it in. That's how it goes with new ventures, except that you can't replace your kid. You can and should replace a new venture's leaders if too much cranking is required. Ultimately, you want this iterative process to lead to a new venture having more and more autonomy. Now, we all know that in large companies, brand new ventures have neither the results nor the political capital to get their own shops. In small companies, it's too easy to fold a new business into the core. But autonomy gives people ownership and pride. In ideal situations, new ventures with strong leaders should have all their own tools, like their own R&D, sales, and marketing teams. They should be allowed to place their own audacious bets on people and strategies. My commitment to autonomy for new ventures has its roots in my earliest days as the venture manager for Naril, the new plastic that had about as much promise as mud when we started experimenting with it in 1964. But as soon as the team got Naril's chemical composition to work and eliminated its technical flaws, I fought for my own operation. The higher-ups thought I should use the pool sales force and let Naril be sold in the market basket along with GE's other plastics. But I believe that no salesperson in the world would push Naril, which was landing $500 orders in those days, when he had Lexan to sell in $50,000 batches to Boeing or IBM. As far as I was concerned, you could sell Lexan sitting in an armchair. Naril needed maniacs running around. I made this case with enough fervor and persistence, in other words, obnoxiousness, that after a couple of years, my bosses relented. When Naril finally got on its own, it took off. All of us felt and acted like entrepreneurs, although with a big bank in our back pocket. Over the next 2 years, Naril grew by leaps and bounds. In 1969, when I was promoted to run the entire plastics division, I kept Naril as a separate business, because even with its successful launch and rapid growth, I thought it would still benefit from autonomy. In fact, Naril, now a billion-dollar business, wasn't folded into the plastics marketing and sales operation for 15 years. Now, if you're running a new venture, there are other things to think about. The guidelines I've just listed are directed in many ways at the executive sponsoring a new venture, but they have important implications for the venture's actual leaders, the people running the new show. Consider the first guideline about spending on resources and people. More often than not, you will find you are not getting enough money from the mothership, nor are you getting the best people. What do? You fight like hell. Get yourself in front of the senior management and make your case, and work the personnel front on your own. Ferret out good candidates both inside and outside the company, and make your pitch directly to them. Just go get the best people, even if you have to throw a few elbows. Now about hoopla. You need to recognize it's a two-edged sword. You want it in order to get commitment from those above you. But when you get that commitment, it's sure to tick off your peers. In particular, established businesses with fat profits absolutely hate it when little upstarts with no profits get a disproportionate amount of company resources and attention. They are certain they need more resources and would spend them more wisely than your risky little venture. Their attitude may annoy you, but the last thing you need to have is anyone in the company rooting for you to fail. Recognize that resentment toward new ventures is natural. Keep your mouth shut if it bothers you. Humility will serve you well with your peers. Someday soon, you'll need their support. The best way to get autonomy is to earn it. If you play by the rules, you'll get your freedom soon enough. The spotlight of the company is on you. Don't blow it by overreacting. If you feel the early constraints put upon you are stifling, they are just part of the process of your parents letting go. Now, you rarely see all three guidelines at work at once, but when you do, watch out. You get a perfect storm like the Fox News channel. Fox News was launched in 1996 by Rupert Murdoch, an entrepreneur's entrepreneur, in spite of being the owner and CEO of News Corporation, a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Rupert wanted to get into cable news and was willing to spend whatever it took. To succeed as a cable channel, you need two things. First, you need to get subscribers from distribution providers like Comcast and Time Warner. Second, you need to get attractive content so that enough subscribers will actually watch you, the key to ad dollars. Rupert's first step was to hire someone to run the new venture. He found a match made in heaven with Roger Ailes. After several successful political campaigns, Roger had worked at NBC for 3 years, putting the cable channel CNBC on the map. He had just launched another cable channel for GE called America's Talking, but he lost it when GE used the assets of America's Talking as its contribution to creating MSNBC, a 50-50 joint venture with Microsoft, which put up the cash. Roger left NBC in frustration, but Rupert was on his tail immediately. He believed that Roger was the perfect new venture manager, bursting with ideas, energy, and passion, plus the burning desire to beat the company that had taken his baby away. With the right leader in place, Rupert set to work getting subscribers. He paid well above market rates to get the subscriber access the channel needed. Meanwhile, Roger was hiring the best talent: Brit Hume from ABC, Neil Cavuto and a flock of others from CNBC, and the highly rated commentator Bill O'Reilly. As was all happening, Rupert continuously trumpeted the new venture inside the company, making it unambiguous that he was behind Fox News through thick and thin. In the outside world, both Rupert and Roger made it so that you couldn't open a paper or turn on a TV without hearing in some form about the relentless advance of Fox. Fox News is an example of everything going right at a new venture. A high bar for people, outsized spending on resources, and lots of noise about it all. Its results tell the story. Fox quickly beat MSNBC and eventually surpassed the longtime cable news leader, CNN. Legendary entrepreneurs like Henry Ford, Dave Packard, and Bill Gates are undeniably examples of the excitement and glory of starting something new from scratch and watching it grow to astonishing proportions. But in each of your companies, opportunities of every size and variety await. Grab them. Pick passionate, driven people to lead them. Resource them with everything you've got and give them oxygen to breathe. Growth is great. And in business, it doesn't always have to start in a garage. There's nothing like the fun and sheer thrill of starting something new, especially from inside something old. The fourth chapter in the Your Competition section also deals with growth. It's mergers and acquisitions. You've seen the big party when two companies announce their merger. There's the early morning press conference on CNBC, the chatter and the buzz, the vigorous pumping of hands, the TV lights glaring, the glossy banner proclaiming the new company's name. It's all there but the confetti. And then there are the stars of the show, the merging CEOs, grinning widely, slapping each other on the back, and talking about a brave new world of synergies, cost savings, and increased share of value. At particularly jovial merger announcements, the CEOs wrap each other in a big bear hug, like Steve Case and Jerry Levin on that fateful day of the AOL Time Warner deal. With the excitement, there's exhaustion too, and sometimes you don't have to look very hard to see it in the faces of the CEOs at center stage. They've been working around the clock for weeks, if not months, fighting over every last nickel, not to mention who will run what. But usually, all you see at merger announcements is elation and relief. The battle is over, and now it's time to reap the deal's rewards. In reality, as the veteran of any merger will tell you, the battle has just begun, and the deal's rewards won't come without a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. If the first day of the merger is a big party, on day 2, the cleanup begins. For people on the acquiring side of the deal, mountains of work stand in front of them. And while they may be pumped with optimism, there is always an undercurrent of nervousness in the room. Every deal promises cost savings. And even if you've been part of the deal team, working night and day grinding out numbers to justify it, a little piece of you has to wonder if the savings you've articulated will come to mean the loss of your job, or that of your boss, or your best friend down the hall, or the employee you've been mentoring for a year. For the acquired, the nervousness in the room isn't an undercurrent. It's a tidal wave. Everyone is terrified of layoffs. But even if you think your job is safe, life has just gotten very complex. A merger can feel like a death. Everything you've worked for, every relationship you've forged, they're suddenly null and void. Your sense is that nothing will ever be the same again. On top of it all, Day 2 media coverage is filled with business journalists and Wall Street analysts questioning the rationale for the deal and reminding everyone that many mergers fail. mergers do fail. In particular, it is a hard road for mergers forged primarily to capture industry convergence benefits or revenue synergies. It's easier to succeed when a merger is based on cost reductions from the combination, with any upside from revenue synergies considered a pure bonus. But either way, merger success is never a layup. And yet, companies persist in merging, and they should. In the last chapter, we looked at why organic growth is great. Every company must have the patience to constantly focus on and invest in the innovation that drives it. But mergers and acquisitions give you a faster way to profitable growth. They quickly add geographical and technological scope and bring on board new products and customers. Just as important, mergers instantly allow a company to improve its players. Suddenly, there are twice as many people trying out for the team. All in all, successful mergers create a dynamic where 1 + 1 = 3, catapulting a company's competitiveness literally overnight. You just have to do it right. This chapter is about that process, and it is intended for everyone involved, from the people making the deal to those who are affected by it several layers away. Over my career at GE, I was involved in well over 1,000 acquisitions and mergers. And over the past 3 years, I've consulted with managers during several more. Obviously, not every deal I've participated in has been a success, but most were, and over time my batting average improved as I learned from the mistakes made in situations that did not work. In the end, I've learned that merging successfully is about more than picking the right company to fit your strategy, laying out what plants you close, and what product lines you combine, or how pretty your calculations of TCRR or IRR look. Merging right is ultimately about avoiding 7 pitfalls, by which I mean mistakes or errors in judgment. There may be other pitfalls out there, but in my experience, these 7 are the most common. Sometimes they can kill a merger, but more often they significantly slow it down or reduce its value, or both. Here they are in brief. 6 are related to the acquiring company, and just 1 to the acquired. The first pitfall is believing that a merger of equals can actually occur. Despite the noble intentions of those attempting them, the vast majority of MOEs self-destruct because of their very premise. The second pitfall is focusing so intently on strategic fit that you fail to assess cultural fit, which is just as important to a merger success, if not more so. The third pitfall is entering into what I call a reverse hostage situation, in which the acquirer ends up making so many concessions during negotiations that the acquired ends up calling all the shots afterwards. The fourth pitfall is integrating too timidly. With good leadership, a merger should be complete within 90 days. The fifth pitfall is the conqueror syndrome, in which the acquiring company marches in and installs its own managers everywhere, undermining one of the reasons for any merger, getting a new influx of talent to pick from. The sixth pitfall is paying too much. Not 5 or 10% too much, but so much that the premium can never be recouped in the integration. The seventh pitfall afflicts the acquired company's people from top to bottom: resistance. In a merger, new owners will always select people with buy-in over resistors with brains. If you want to survive, Get over your angst and learn to love the deal as much as they do. Before looking at the pitfalls in detail, it's worth pointing out one thing. Many of them happen for the same reason: deal heat. I'm sure I don't need to illustrate this phenomenon in gruesome detail. You see it every time a company is hungry to buy and the pickings in the marketplace are relatively limited. In such situations, once an acquisition candidate is identified, the top people at the acquirer and their salivating investment bankers join together in a frenzy of panic, overreaching, and paranoia, which intensifies with every additional would-be acquirer on the scene. Deal heat is completely human, and even the most experienced people fall under its sway. But its negative impacts during the M&A process should at least be minimized if you keep these 7 pitfalls in mind. The first pitfall is believing that a merger of equals can actually occur. Despite the noble intentions of those attempting them, the vast majority of MOEs self-destruct because of their very premise. Every time I hear about a so-called merger of equals taking place, I cringe thinking about all the waste, confusion, and frustration coming down the pike for the two companies which usually strike these deals with the best of intentions. Yes, a merger of equals makes sense conceptually. Some companies are equal in size and strength, and yes, they should merge as such. Moreover, during heated negotiations, and almost all negotiations are that way at one point, the MOE concept cools the flames. Both sides can claim to be winners. But something happens to the MOE concept in practice. People balk. They balk, in fact, because of the very concept of equality. On both sides, people think, if we're so equal, why shouldn't we do it our way? Your way is certainly no better. The result, ultimately, is that no one's way gets done. I know this negative point of view about MOEs is not shared by everyone. My friend Bill Harrison, the CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase during its merger with Bank One, would tell you that in the financial industry, where the assets are the brains of proud, self-confident bankers, mergers of equals are a necessity, or else everyone would walk. He may very well be right about this exception. The merger he is overseeing with Jamie Dimon, who will become CEO of the merged enterprise in 2006, is going very well. And Bill's merger experience supports his argument as well, starting with his chemical bank MOE with Manufacturers Hanover, followed by the MOE with Chase Manhattan and J.P. Morgan. Despite this success, I'm convinced that in the industrial world, meaning just about any place but banking and consulting, mergers of equals are doomed. Daimler Chrysler is the most glaring example I can think of. Remember all the crowing back in 1998 about how the two companies were truly equivalent in all their facets? They just needed each other to globalize? No, the companies proclaimed. This wasn't an acquisition by a high-end, diversified German manufacturer of a low-end American car company. No way. It was two titans of industry entering a marriage made in heaven. Some of this posturing was surely done in order to help the merger receive regulatory approvals, but some of it also had to do with ego. The directors on Chrysler's board certainly weren't going to admit they'd been bought by a foreign company, and their counterparts in Germany were probably no more thrilled with the prospect of being taken over by a bunch of Americans. And so the companies tried to execute their MOE. What a mess. For 2 torturous years, the new company had Airbus 318s shuttling hordes of people between Stuttgart and Detroit a couple of times a week in an attempt to settle on mutually satisfactory operating processes, everything from the new company's culture to its financial systems, manufacturing sites, and leadership team. In the meantime, the merged company bumped along in chaos while managers awaited direction and shareowners awaited the realization of all those promised global opportunities, synergies, and cost savings. The ending of the story, of course, came in 2002, when newspapers reported what many people had long suspected, that the so-called merger of equals was, in fact, a pure and simple takeover. With the reality of the situation finally out there, Daimler could start running the show as it had long intended. It installed one management system, one culture, and one strategy, and the company's performance pulled out of its post-merger of equals dive. The point of this story is not to pile on Daimler Chrysler. That's been done enough in the past few years. It is to illustrate the virtual impossibility of two companies with two leaders blending seamlessly into one organization with double of everything and everyone. Forget it. People at equal companies are probably less well equipped than anyone to merge. They may claim during deal heat to be entering into a perfect and equivalent union. But when the integration rolls around, who is taking charge must be established quickly. Someone has to lead and someone has to follow, or both companies will end up standing still. The second pitfall is focusing so intently on strategic fit that you fail to assess cultural fit, which is just as important to a merger's success, if not more so. Once again, deal heat is behind a mistake that pervades many mergers, a thoughtful pre-deal analysis of cultural fit. Now, most companies have a relatively straightforward time evaluating strategic fit. Most managers and their consultants or bankers have the tools and experience to assess whether two companies fill meaningful gaps for each other in terms of geography, products, customers, or technologies, or all of these, and by combining, create a company that even with some inevitable overlap is stronger and more competitive. But cultural fit is trickier. Even with a cool head, the compatibility of two sets of value systems is a hard call. That's because lots of companies claim they have the same DNA. They believe in customer service, analytical decision-making, learning, and transparency. They value quality and integrity, etc., etc. Their cultures are high performance, results-driven, family-friendly, and the like. In reality, of course, companies have unique and often very different ways of doing business. But in deal heat, people end up assessing that every company is compatible. Cultural fit is declared, and the merger marches ahead. That was clearly the case when GE bought Kidder Peabody, a disaster I mentioned in the chapter on crisis management and wrote about extensively in my last book. But just to briefly summarize here, a company with GE's core values of boundarylessness, teamwork, and candor could not merge with an investment bank with three values of its own: my bonus, and my bonus. For me, the lack of cultural fit was never more apparent than the day that the full magnitude of our problem, for lack of a better euphemism, was really hitting the fan. It was a Sunday afternoon in April 1994, and a team of GE and Kidder Peabody executives had been working around the clock since Friday evening to figure out why we had a $300 million shortfall in reported earnings. It was already pretty clear that a kidder trader named Joe Jett had posted phantom trades, but what we needed to understand was why and how this behavior had slipped through the bank's controls, and just as importantly, its culture. I joined the team that day to get their report, and over the next several hours, we came to understand the situation and comprehend its consequences for the company. What blew my mind was that 3 times during the afternoon and evening, twice in the hallway and once in the men's room, the same thing happened. A Kidder Peabody manager on the team approached me with a worried look on his face, asked me in one way or another, "What's this going to do to our bonuses this year?" 10 years later, it still sends me over the top. In the end, with the sale of Kidder Peabody to Payne Webber and ultimately to UBS, the deal ended up being okay for our shareowners. But the truth is, we never should have put the organization through the trauma that merger wrought. When it was over, I swore I would never buy another company unless its values were a close match with GE's or it could be easily brought into the GE fold. I passed over some deals on the West Coast in the 90s because of my concerns about cultural fit, but I just couldn't go down that values mismatch road again. The booming technology companies in California had their cultures, filled with chest thumping, bravado, and sky-high compensation. By contrast, our software operations in places like Cincinnati and Milwaukee were made up of hard-working, down-to-earth engineers, most of whom were graduates of state universities in the Midwest. These engineers were every bit as good as the West Coast talent, and they were paid well, but not outrageously. Frankly, I didn't want to pollute the healthy culture we had. Every deal affects the acquiring company's culture in some way, and you have to think about that going in. The acquired company's culture can blend nicely with yours. That's the best case. Sometimes a few of the acquired company's bad behaviors creep in and pollute what you've built. That's bad enough. But in the worst case, the acquired company's culture can fight yours all the way and delay the deal's value indefinitely. That's why, if you want your merger to work, don't just look at the strategic fit. Cultural fit counts just as much. The third pitfall is entering a reverse hostage situation, in which the acquirer ends up making so many concessions during negotiation that the acquired company ends up calling all the shots afterward. Sometimes you want to own a company so badly, you end up letting it own you. This dynamic is a real byproduct of deal heat, and it's so common it's frightening. Every time I talk about mergers with an experienced deal maker, it comes up. I let it happen for the first, but unfortunately not the last time, in 1977, a few years before I became CEO. By that time, I was a veteran of dozens of mergers, so I should have known better. But I was so hot to acquire a California-based semiconductor company named Intersil that I couldn't bring myself to say no to any of the demands. The CEO was convinced that his company was operating smoothly, and he made it perfectly clear that while he liked GE's money, he didn't need its advice. Before I knew what was happening in the negotiations, I was kissing this guy's rear end in every possible way. He wanted a special, call it oversized, compensation scheme for himself and his people, because that's the way it was in his industry. I said, okay. He said we couldn't have GE people at his planning meetings. I said, okay. He said we weren't allowed to ask his finance people to change their reporting system to match ours. I said, okay. I couldn't pay them $300 million fast enough. What was I thinking? Well, obviously, I wasn't. That's deal heat for you. For several years, we muddled along, merged with Intersil. Frequently, when we made a suggestion about how the CEO might improve his operating systems, in HR, for instance, he would brush us off with, "You don't understand this industry. Just leave us alone and you'll get your earnings at the end of the quarter." It was unpleasant, to put it mildly, and far from productive. I found that I could call their headquarters for information, but unless I asked my question in exactly the right way, I would get nothing but a head fake. GE managers stopped visiting because they were given such a cold reception. Technically, we owned the company, but for all intents and purposes, it was running the show. Finally, we sold Intersil at about break even. The only thing we got from the deal was an important lesson. Don't ever buy a company that makes you its hostage. The facts are, I was hamstrung with Intersil. We didn't have sufficient knowledge of semiconductors or a senior manager with enough stature and experience in the industry to replace the CEO, let alone his management team. When we bought RCA 10 years later, a similar situation rolled around, but we were prepared for it. During negotiations, we were told that the head of NBC, Grant Tinker, was thinking of leaving. We certainly didn't have direct experience in managing TV networks, but I knew I had the bench strength in Bob Wright, the CEO of GE Capital at the time, to put a capable all-around leader in Grant's place quickly, should he depart. I tried hard to keep Grant, but couldn't, and when he left, Bob stepped right in, and 18 years later is still running NBC. A couple of years later, a potential hostage situation developed in one of NBC's divisions, News. Its leaders openly, you might say brazenly, questioned GE's ability to manage a journalistic enterprise and started throwing up the information firewalls that are so typical of this hostage dynamic. The division's manager, Larry Grossman, led the resistance and wasn't willing to put together a reasonable budget. That is, a budget where we made money. We asked him to leave and brought in Michael Gardner, who had significant journalistic and business experience. Michael took a lot of heat for starting the process of ridding NBC News of its entitlement mentality, and he did a good job. But unfortunately, he had to leave because of a crisis that occurred on his watch. That was that the NBC News show, Dateline, rigged the General Motors car to explode for a report on automobile safety. We publicly apologized for the incident. We next turned to a CBS executive producer, filled with journalistic credentials, Andy Lack. And it was Andy who really made NBC News into the high-integrity, highly profitable business it is today. A final word on the reverse hostage dynamic. In the last moments of deal heat, companies often strike an earn-out package for the acquired company's founder or CEO, hoping they will get retention and great performance of an important player in return. All they usually get is strife. The reason is that earn-out packages most often motivate their recipients to keep things the same. They will want you to let them run the business the way they always did. That's how they know how to make the numbers. At every opportunity, they will block personnel changes, accounting systems consolidation, and compensation plans. You name it. But an integration will never fully happen if there's someone blocking every change, especially if that person used to be the boss. What can you do? Well, if you absolutely want to keep the former CEO or founder around for reasons of performance or continuity, cut your losses and forget an earn-out package. Offer a flat rate retention deal instead, a certain sum for staying a certain period of time. That gives you the free hand you need and want to create a new company. Earnouts are just one aspect of the reverse hostage pitfall. Yes, sometimes you have to make concessions to get a company you really want. Just don't make so many that when the deal is sealed, your new acquisition can hold you up with your own gun. The fourth pitfall is integrating too timidly. With good leadership, a merger should be complete within 90 days. Return for a second to those party-like press conferences that accompany most merger announcements. Even in pure buyout situations, the CEOs promise a new partnership ahead. The two companies will cooperate, reach consensus, and then smoothly integrate. Unfortunately, if partnership building isn't done right, it can create paralysis. The two sides talk and talk and talk about culture, strategy, operations, titles, letterheads, and the rest, while the integration waits. For a change, deal heat is not the culprit behind this pitfall. Instead, it's something more admirable, a kind of politeness and consideration for the other side's feelings. No one wants to be an obnoxious winner, pushing through changes without any appearance of discussion or debate. In fact, many acquirers want to preserve whatever positive vibes existed at the end of negotiations, and they think moving slowly and carefully will help. I'm not saying that acquirers shouldn't engage in debate about how the two companies will combine their ways of doing business. They absolutely should. In fact, the best acquirers are great listeners. They ask a lot of questions and take in all the information and opinions swirling around them. And usually there are plenty. But then they have to act. They have to make decisions about organizational structure, people, culture, and directions, and communicate those decisions relentlessly. It is uncertainty that causes organizations to descend into fear and inertia. The only antidote is a clear, forward-moving integration process, transparent to everyone. It can be led by the CEO or an official integration manager, a top-level, widely respected executive of the acquirer, vested with the power of the CEO. The process should have a rigorous timetable with goals and people held accountable for them. The objective made clear to everyone should be full integration within 90 days of the deal's close. Every day after that is a waste. A classic case of moving too cautiously and paying the price for it is New Holland's acquisition of Case Corporation in November 1999. New Holland, a Dutch company with headquarters in London and a division of the giant Italian manufacturer Fiat, was the number 3 player in the agriculture and construction equipment industry. Strategically, its managers were right in thinking that buying the Wisconsin-based Case, a solid number 2, would allow it to finally take on the longtime industry leader, John Deere. $6 billion later, the deal was done. Given the overlap in products and markets, you would think that the integration of these two companies would proceed swiftly, especially with those cost reductions so obvious. But New Holland was a company with a European parent, and its leaders were cautious about taking over an American enterprise on its own turf. Moreover, Fiat had paid a large premium for Case. That redoubled New Holland's trepidation. My old friend Paolo Fresco, the former vice chairman of GE, and at the time of the deal, the chairman of Fiat, remembers the impact of the premium this way. We didn't want to rock the boat or sink it with too many changes. We'd paid too much for the company to let that happen. Fiat made the CEO of Case the head of the new company. In addition, most of the positions in the new organization were filled with case managers, including COO and CFO. Needless to say, the integration was rocky. The integration team did make one big decision: to keep 2 brands and 2 distribution systems. But most everything else was left up in the air. When the market for farm equipment tanked in 2000, and with the integration stalled, the merged company tanked with it. In crisis mode, Fiat sent a new CEO, Paolo Monferino, to the United States, and he launched the integration the way it should have been on day one, quickly and decisively. The then CEO of Case, Jean-Pierre Rousseau, was made chairman. Ironically, Fiat had been afraid of making that change, but once it did, its managers quickly saw that Jean-Pierre was a perfect fit for the job, and he was happy to fill its role. He was strong with customers and an excellent industry statesman. All that timidity had been unnecessary. When Congress passed the Farm Bill in 2002, the fully integrated CNH Global NV, as the company was renamed, was positioned to take advantage of the market upsurge. But as Paulo Fresco notes, we lost at least a year and maybe more because of our cultural uncertainty. The Case New Holland story is not unique. Back in 2000, GE tried to buy Honeywell, a deal, as some might recall, that never received European Union approval. But in the 7 months that we awaited the regulatory okay, teams from both sides worked hard to merge the 2 companies. Part of that process meant looking closely at the progress of Honeywell's own merger with Allied Signal in 1999. The 2 companies had been together for a year at that point, so we expected to see notable progress. Instead, we were shocked to find that Allied Signal and Honeywell managers were still in discussions about the merged company's values and behavior, and both sides were still pining for the way they used to do things. The Allied Signal people had an aggressive, numbers-driven culture. Honeywell's managers, however, liked their company's more consensus-based approach. The merged company's CEO, Mike Bonsignori, was disinclined to make a choice between the 2 ways of working. And so well after the deal was signed, you still had 2 distinct companies operating side by side with little integration. Integrating at the right speed and with the right level of forcefulness will always be a balancing act. But when it comes to this pitfall, at least you know when you're off track. If 90 days have passed after the deal is closed and people are still debating important matters of strategy and culture, you've been too timid. It's time to act. The 5th pitfall is the conqueror syndrome, in which the acquiring company marches in and installs its own managers everywhere, undermining one of the reasons for any merger, getting a new influx of talent to pick from. If acquirers are often too timid when it comes to integrating culture and operations, just as often they are too provincial when it comes to people selection. By too provincial, I mean many acquirers automatically assume their people are the better players. They might be, but then again they might not. In a merger, you have to approach your new personnel situation as if a headhunter had just delivered you a list of fresh players for about every position on your field. If you simply stick with the going-in team, you could lose better players for no good reason. Oh, sure, There's a reason for this behavior, but it's not good. It's just familiarity. Your own people are the devil you know, and they know you back. They understand your business and its culture. They know how work gets done your way. To compound matters, it is simply harder to let go of friends than strangers. You know their families. You've been through good times and bad. You may have once told them they had long-term potential with the company. Some may have even worked on the deal. It's hard to say you're not good enough anymore. But you have to remember, one of the great strategic benefits of a merger is that it allows acquirers to field a team from a bigger talent pool. That's a competitive advantage you cannot let pass. Just be very fair in your severance package and face into the deed, even if it means saying goodbye to your own. Without doubt, avoiding this pitfall can be challenging. I cannot count the number of times we swooped into a deal and installed a GE manager in every leadership position. Most of the time, we were blissfully unaware of the potential that we had lost. But one time in particular, we couldn't be. The cost was too high. It happened in 1988 when GE acquired a plastics business based in West Virginia from Borg-Warner. It was the perfect bolt-on deal, or so we thought. The business we bought included an ABS engineering plastic product line. We had an engineering plastics business of our own, albeit in the higher-end products Lexan and Naril. The GE Plastics team saw one immediate cost synergy. All they had to do, they figured, was to get rid of the Borg-Warner sales force and push Borg-Warner products through GE channels. But there was a problem with the plan. Our sales force was a group of sharp, button-down types, accustomed to making a technical sale, convincing engineers to switch from metal to plastic. The Borg-Warner sales force was a different breed. They sold their less expensive, more commodity-like product to purchasing agents the old-fashioned way, belly to belly, relying on personal relationships and hefty expense accounts. Our people weren't very good at that. It was a disaster. We lost 90% of Borg-Warner's sales force thanks to our conquering mindset, and our ABS market share dropped about 15 points. The acquisition stumbled, and it never did reach its full potential. ABS eventually turned out to be a worthwhile addition to the GE market basket, but at far too high a price. We should have known better. 2 years earlier, we had gotten the people selection process right when we acquired RCA. On every level, the RCA deal was a win for us. With the acquisition of NBC, it met one of our strategic goals of moving into services, and at the same time, it strengthened our manufacturing base with the addition of 3 businesses we were already in: semiconductors, aerospace, and TV sets. In all 3 of these industrial cases, we took advantage of the enhanced talent pool made possible by the acquisition and picked RCA leaders to lead the merged organizations. GE's TV manufacturing business, for instance, was being run at the time of the deal by a smart young CEO who had come into the company through our business development staff. He was an MBA and former consultant, and although he had a bit of a swagger that he needed to be coached out of, his results were okay, and we generally thought he had long-term potential as a leader, which we'd told him more than once. RCA's TV business also had a very good CEO in place. He was an old industry hand with savvy and experience that our guy was clearly lacking. He, too, had satisfactory performance and was a clear candidate to run the larger merged TV business. We could have picked either CEO. But then there was Rick Miller. Rick was the CFO of RCA, and he was a big leaguer, smart, fast, full of creativity and energy. GE already had a great CFO, and it looked like Rick would need to be let go as a result. As much as we wanted to help out our manager in TV by giving him the job, it just didn't make sense. We ended up suggesting that both the GE and RCA leaders find new jobs over the coming months and gave Rick the CEO position. The two who left got great jobs elsewhere. One last thought on people selection. In the most effective integration, it starts during negotiations. In fact, before the deal is even signed. At JP Morgan Chase and Bank One, for instance, 25 of the top managers were selected by the time the merger was closed. That's on the far extreme of a best practice, but is something to strive for. The main point is fight the conqueror syndrome. Think of the merger as a huge talent grab, a people opportunity that would otherwise take you years of searching and countless fees to headhunters. Don't squander it. Make the tough calls and pick the very best, whatever side they're on. The sixth pitfall is paying too much. Not 5 or 10% too much, but so much that the premium can never be recouped in the integration. This pitfall is as old as the first marketplace. People are people. When they want something that someone else wants, all reason can disappear. Again, blame deal heat. This dynamic happens at yard sales, and it happens on Wall Street. I'm not talking, by the way, about overpaying by a few percentage points. That kind of premium can be made up for in a well-executed integration. And in fact, leaving a little money on the table can be helpful if it prevents the residual acrimony that can slow an integration. I'm talking instead about overpaying so much you will never make it back. The most egregious recent example of this dynamic has to be the Time Warner AOL merger, in which a giant of a media company with real assets and products spent billions upon billions of dollars too much on a distribution channel with unclear competitive benefits. Amazingly, at the time, there was such excitement about an illusory notion called convergence that just about everyone jumped on the bandwagon. It was only after the failure of the deal was obvious that Ted Turner, a board member who was instrumental in promoting it, acknowledged on national TV that he had never liked the deal in the first place. By then, such cool-headedness was too late for Time Warner shareowners. Of course, 2000 was a time when everybody was overpaying for everything. In the publishing industry, for example, the German media giant Gruner & Jahr paid an estimated $550 million for two properties, Inc. and the New Economy magazine, Fast Company. At the time, the purchase scared the daylights out of other business magazines. But during the recession that followed, the premium could only be seen for what it was, excessive. No integration in the world would have ever made up for it, a fact to which a crowd of deposed Gruner & Jahr executives would likely attest. There is no real trick to avoiding overpayment, no calculation you can use as a rule of thumb to know when a sum is too much. Just know that, except in very rare cases of industry consolidations, if you miss a merger on price, life goes on. There will be another deal. There is no last best deal. There's just deal heat that makes it feel that way. The seventh pitfall afflicts the acquired company's people from top to bottom. It's called resistance. In a merger, new owners will always select people with buy-in over resistors with brains. If you want to survive, get over your angst and learn to love the deal as much as they do. In October 2004, there was a glowing article in my hometown paper, the Boston Globe, about a thriving survivor named Brian Moynihan. Brian started his career at Fleet Bank in its mergers and acquisitions division. Then over 15-plus years, rose through the ranks to run its wealth management business, which is what he was doing when Bank of America bought Fleet in April 2004. In the months after the merger was announced, many executives at Brian's level were shown the door. Not Brian. He was promoted to run Bank of America's entire wealth and investment management division. In fact, Bank of America was so committed to Moynihan, it moved 100 of its wealth managers from North Carolina to Boston to accommodate his leadership. It remains precisely unclear why Moynihan emerged on top while colleagues fell, the Globe said. It wasn't unclear to me. All you had to do was look at a quote in the same article from Alvaro de Molina, Bank of America's president of global corporate and investment banking. Brian, he said, was an immediate partner. Which brings me to the one huge pitfall common to people at acquired companies: resistance. Resisting a deal, no matter how scared, confused, or angry you are, is usually suicidal for your career, not to mention your emotional well-being. Now, I don't know if Brian Moynihan ever felt scared, confused, or angry about the Fleet Bank of America merger. And in a way, it doesn't matter, because he clearly didn't show any of these emotions. Instead, he showed exactly what you should show if you want to survive a merger: enthusiasm, optimism, and thoughtful support. Why? Because for an acquirer, there is nothing worse than laying down a boatload of money for a company, then walking through the front door to be greeted by a bunch of sour faces and bitter attitudes. Who needs it? Yes, some resistance to change is normal, but if you want to keep your job in a suddenly bigger talent pool, and frankly, if you want to enjoy work, don't act like a victim. Get behind the deal. Think of ways to make it work. Adopt the biggest, most can-do attitude you can muster. Tell yourself the good old days are over and the best are yet to come. I understand that not everyone can get their heads around this notion, but there is a price to pay if you don't. Bill Harrison recalls meeting with a very talented manager from J.P. Morgan Chase, who was one of the premier sour faces after the merger. "For Christ's sakes, man, you're so good. We really want to keep you," he told him. "But if you can't act in a more positive way and embrace this change, you're not going to make it." The inevitable ending to this story is that the manager was, as Bill puts it, like most people, no good at hiding his feelings. He left within a few months. In mergers, managers will always pick the people cheering for the deal, even if they are not as talented or knowledgeable as the people pouting. When there are two people to do the same job, if their abilities are anywhere near each other, the upbeat, pro-merger candidate wins. I have an old friend who worked for almost his entire career at a large insurance company, ending up with a top job in marketing, PR, and community relations. This executive was very close with the company's CEO, a relationship that afforded him all sorts of entree into the executive decision-making process. He was the CEO's right-hand man, confessor and sounding board, even though his title wouldn't suggest such impact. Then a few years ago, my friend's company was acquired by a financial services company halfway across the country, and his pal, the CEO, was promoted to chairman with a 2-year exit strategy. I wasn't completely surprised when a month later my friend called and asked me to meet for a drink. The sooner the better. When I saw him a few days later, he was completely full on. I'm of no value to the company anymore. They kicked my boss upstairs. He's out of the game. My new boss is far away at headquarters, and he hates me because he's afraid I know more than he does, which I know I do. I hate the mess I'm in. To make a long story short, I advised my friend to befriend his boss and find as many ways as possible to make the merger a success. If he was as good at his job as he claimed, the new CEO would notice soon enough. In the meantime, it would be dumb to get booted for sulking. My main message was, I suppose, swallow your pride, prove your worth, and start again. A year has passed, and my friend has never been happier professionally. He carved out a new position for himself, overseeing the integration of 3 overlapping businesses, took on responsibility of advising the new head of marketing, and finally found a great high-impact role working with the organization's new advertisers on a branding campaign. I don't know why I took it so hard, he said recently. I'm always telling people that change is good, and then I let change freak me out. The hardest part was talking myself out of the hole. In truth, I had to fake it for a while, but one day I finally got over myself and stopped being a pain in the ass. That's good advice to remember the next time you want to bitch about the deal, your new bosses, and the tragedy of your fate. You and your bad attitude can be replaced, and will be if you don't learn to love the deal like the acquirers do. Mergers mean change. But change isn't bad, and mergers in general are very good. They are not only a necessary part of business, they have the potential to deliver profitable growth and put you in a new and exciting strategic position at a speed that organic growth just cannot match. Yes, mergers and acquisitions have their challenges, and all kinds of research will tell you that more than half don't add value. But nothing says you have to fall victim to that statistic. Don't let deal heat get you, and avoid the 7 pitfalls. Then reap the rewards of what happens when 1 + 1 = 3. This next chapter is about Six Sigma, and I'm going to try and convince you that it's better than a trip to the dentist. In the previous 2 chapters of this book, we've looked at one of the more exciting aspects of business, growth, both through starting something new and through mergers and acquisitions. In this chapter, we're leaping to the other end of the spectrum to talk briefly, I promise, about what can be one of business's most dreary topics, Six Sigma. Now, I'm a huge fan of Six Sigma, the quality improvement program that GE adopted from Motorola in 1995 and continues to embrace today. Nothing compares to the effectiveness of Six Sigma when it comes to improving a company's operational efficiency, raising its productivity, and lowering its costs. It improves design processes, gets products to market faster with fewer defects, and builds customer loyalty. Perhaps the biggest but most unheralded benefit of Six Sigma is its capacity to develop a cadre of great leaders. Simply put, Six Sigma is one of the great management innovations of the past quarter century, and an extremely powerful way to boost a company's competitiveness. These days, with Six Sigma being increasingly adopted by companies around the world, you can't afford not to understand it, let alone not practice it. And yet, Six Sigma causes enormous anxiety and confusion. Over the past several years, in virtually every Q&A session, in country after country, someone in the audience has asked me a tortured Six Sigma question. You can see the interest level in the audience plummet and eyes glaze over as people brace themselves for a long-winded technical lecture, complete with graphs and charts. I'm exaggerating a bit, of course, but it's fair to say that for many people, the concept of Six Sigma feels like a trip to the dentist. But Six Sigma couldn't be less like a root canal or any other awful procedure. Done right, it is energizing and incredibly rewarding. It can even be fun. You just have to understand what Six Sigma really is. There is nothing technical in what I'm about to say. If you want to learn about the statistical premise behind the concept, or learn what it takes to become qualified in Six Sigma, an industry of books, videos, and training programs eagerly awaits you. But for our purposes, I'm going to be very simple about what Six Sigma means and what it does. I call this Six Sigma for citizens, meaning those people, like myself, who'd like to hear the so-called elevator speech version of what Six Sigma is all about and why it matters so darn much. This explanation is not meant to satisfy scientists and engineers who actually do need to know about the statistical basis of Six Sigma in order to incorporate it into the design of experiments and complex equipment. Here goes. Six Sigma is a quality program that, when all is said and done, improves your customer's experience, lowers your costs, and builds better leaders. Six Sigma accomplishes that by reducing waste and inefficiency, and by designing a company's products and internal processes so that customers get what they want, when they want it, and when you promised it. Obviously, you want to make your customers more satisfied than your competitors do, whether you run upper crust pizza or manufacture the most powerful jet engines. In the strategy chapter, we talked about customer loyalty, and we used the word sticky to describe what you want. Well, a huge part of making your customers sticky is meeting or exceeding their expectations, which is exactly what Six Sigma helps you do. One thing that is sure to kill stickiness is inconsistency in services or products. Consider this hypothetical. You make spare parts and promise 10-day delivery. Over the course of 3 deliveries, your customers receive parts on day 5, day 10, and day 15. On average, 10-day delivery. Over the course of the next 3 deliveries, they receive their parts on day 2, day 7, and day 12. An average of 7 days. A seemingly big improvement in the customer experience. But not really. You might have had some internal process or cost improvements, but the customer has experienced nothing but inconsistency. With Six Sigma, your customers would receive all 3 of their deliveries on day 10, or in the worst case, on day 9, 10, and 11. Six Sigma, in other words, is not about averages. It's about variation and removing it from your customer's interface with you. To remove variation, Six Sigma requires companies to unpick their entire supply and distribution chains and the design of their products. The objective is to wash out anything that might cause waste, inefficiency, or a customer to get annoyed with your unpredictability. So that's Six Sigma, the elimination of unpleasant surprises and broken promises. From 20,000 feet, Six Sigma has 2 primary applications. First, it can be used to remove the variation in routine, relatively simple, repetitive tasks, activities that happen over and over again. And second, it can be used to make sure large, complex projects go right the first time. Examples of the first kind of application are a multitude. Call centers from South Dakota to Delhi. Use Six Sigma to make sure the phone is answered after the same number of rings for each incoming inquiry. Credit card processing facilities use it to make sure people receive accurate bills on the same day every month. The second application of Six Sigma is the territory of engineers and scientists, involved in multi-part endeavors that sometimes take years to complete. If you're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on a new jet engine or a gas turbine, you cannot afford to figure out process or design inconsistencies late in the game. Six Sigma is incredibly effective in discovering them on the drawing board, i.e., the computer screen. Obviously, the amount of Six Sigma training and education required depends on where and how you intend to apply it. For the first application, simple, repetitive activities, the level of training and education is certainly manageable. In order to discover the root causes of inconsistencies, people need to know what kind of information to gather and how to analyze it. The rigor of this type of training has a terrific side effect. It builds critical thinking and discipline. That's one reason why we noticed every time a business dove into Six Sigma, not only did its financial performance improve, so did its management ranks. They all became better leaders. The second application is different. It involves a sophisticated level of training and statistical analysis. I myself have never had this kind of training, but I know from GE's very positive experience with jet engines and turbines that it works. Make no mistake, Six Sigma is not for every corner of a company. Jamming it into creative activities, such as writing advertising copy, new marketing initiatives, or one-off transactions like investment banking, makes little sense and causes a lot of wheel spinning. Six Sigma is meant for and has its most meaningful impact on repetitive internal processes and complex new product designs. At this point, you might be wondering, if Six Sigma is so straightforward, why does it cause so much anxiety and confusion? Probably because of the way it is initially presented to people. In many cases, senior management hires outside experts, scientists, statisticians, engineers, or Six Sigma consultants to preach the new gospel. These experts, well-intentioned though they are, proceed to freak everyone out with complex PowerPoint slides that only an MIT professor could love. To make matters worse, they often present Six Sigma as a cure-all for every nook and cranny of a company. No activity is spared. Several years ago, the CEO of a well-known consumer goods company visited me to get my take on Six Sigma. "We're off to a good start," he said. "We've hired several statisticians from places like Carnegie Mellon, and we're looking for more." I thought to myself, this poor guy has really drunk the Kool-Aid. Not using those words, I told him as much. The statisticians might be great, I said, but for the relatively straightforward projects he was looking at, he needed everyone in the company to understand Six Sigma. The brand new experts were only going to scare people. He said he'd think that over, but I think he was just being polite. He saw Six Sigma as the purview of experts, not in the blood of his company. In time, most people come to understand Six Sigma and where to use it and not use it in an organization. Most of all, they also come to appreciate its competitive power after they've seen it in action for a few months, at which point they usually become Six Sigma missionaries themselves. So the next time you hear Six Sigma mentioned, don't run for cover. Once you understand the simple maxim, variation is evil, you're 60% of the way to becoming a Six Sigma expert yourself. The other 40% is getting the evil out.